Hi there, my name is FixFox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is the FHeroes edition, and today we're going to be going through a playthrough of the extra large map, 6 players, Sudden Siege. This is a map that I don't really know an awful lot about. I clicked through some maps, I was trying to figure out what we should play today, and ultimately this one looked a little bit interesting. It looks like it's a very resource-laden map, and it's got a little bit of a unique twist insofar as I am aware. I didn't get too far into the scenario, but from everything that the scenario description reads, it's going to be a little bit of a logistical challenge. And here is how I mean. This here is Sudden Siege. The Liths seemed like a good idea at the time, and now they're nothing but a dangerous nuisance. Can you survive these sudden sieges? That is going to be the question. 6 players, extra large, difficulty is set at hard, everybody's against everybody, and the fact that we might have a Lith right next to our main castle and we're going to have to just park a hero on that and try and stay safe is always going to be a little bit interesting. Hey Pax, how are you doing? Lord Shadowing also in the chat as well, as is Vammy. Hello, hello, one and all to everybody here now and everybody that will be catching this playthrough on YouTube later. Folks, we're going to put this on impossible difficulty. And then we do have the choice between playing as any of these 6 factions. Very, very interesting whenever I see that all of these factions are predetermined. It indicates to me that the map designer was probably very particular about what they put in each starting area. For example, you might put a Freeman's Foundry near the Knights. You might put a hill fort near the Barbarians. Things like that do change the way that a map plays. And so taking a certain element of randomness out can provide a very unique experience from a certain map maker. I know for sure that I don't want to play as the Wizards or the Necromancers. We played a bunch of them recently. We even played the Warlocks not too long ago. Folks, I looked through it, and the last 2 factions that we haven't played recently have been the Green Sorceresses or the Yellow Barbarians. And so we're going to roll the dice. 1, 2, or 3 is going to be Sorceresses. 4, 5, or 6 is going to be the Barbarians. Let's see what we get here today. Looks like it's going to be a 6. It is going to be the Barbarians that we're going to load up as. And with that being said, folks, let's have a whole ton of fun. The world is at war, and very close. For the Liths that used to give you quick passage to your allies, now brings your former allies and their troops to lay siege at your door. To arms! Death comes trotting through the very shiny portals. I like that. That sounds like something that a barbarian might say. Ooh, shiny portal. I'm not going to work on my my barbarian speak. I think that I'll just get better over time. We do start off with 1 barbarian here. This is going to be Finneous the Barbarian, level 1 hero, 3 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, and 1 knowledge. 15 of the goblins, 4 of the orcs. We don't have a lot to our name, but knowing that we start off in the desert, it's critically important that we do have our advanced path finding. Looks like we start off with this castle here of Dragon Tooth. We do have the Goblin Hut, which is very nice. We don't have to build that. And then we do have things like the Stick Hut, Den, and the Adobe, and so on that we do have to get. So we got an awful long way to go if we're going to turn this into a little bit of a victory. Barbarian is so good starting with pathfinding. I totally agree, because if you think about it, you don't have any penalty terrain on grass, volcanic, dirt. I can't think of anything else, but beach, cracked earth, desert, swamp. There's an awful lot of terrain here that really does matter. So Zarful, absolutely. Barbarians are never sad to see this advanced pathfinding. And because they're might based, they do scale very, very well into the late game. We also do it also looks like we do have a town here that is absolutely surrounded. Middle gate is upgradable. There is a goblin hut here as well. But this cache of resources is very interesting. And here's what I'm looking at. Here's the very first thing I see. Goodies everywhere. Follow the pieces of candy. Pick them up one by one. Nom 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 nom. No problem. But really, the fact is that the toughest creature here that's guarding these resources is what? These lots of Master Swordsmen. Now, that's a little bit of a fight. They're a 4th tier creature, 35 hit points. They can do some damage. We're going to want to be sure about them and then maybe about these air elementals. But once we break through here, I think that this is going to be really, really nice. If only we can get to this treasure, the Barbarians might be doing very well for us. The problem is that if everybody else has a situation like this, then Barbarians do tend to fall behind because they're better on the smaller resource-starved maps. And so immediately, being that this is XL and there might be a plethora of resources, we might have some disadvantages that we otherwise might not have had. But I've said enough. We have nothing to build because we have no gold, no resources, and I see no reason not to set off along this road here. Very nice to see that we have an observation tower. That's going to help us a lot make some good decisions. Because we just picked up 7 ore, I am going to go out of my way to pick up this wood as well. I want to get this observation tower, sure, but picking up the wood now, it might be the difference between getting another building, whereas I might not be able to. We see no sawmill, we see no ore mine yet, and so we're going to do our very, very best to pick up ore and wood because barbarians are very hungry when it comes down to the ore. Knowing that the bridge is 20 ore, the pyramid 20 ore, it gets pretty bad. So we're gonna see how this goes. We do have, with 1,000 gold left, we do have the ability to pick up the well. We are gonna do that just so we have something built today. Doesn't have to be special, but we want to have something. And oh no, are there griffins blocking this observation tower? I don't think we beat lots of griffins. I think that that's way more than we can handle, and that's very unfortunate. We're going to pick up gold and all these other freebies. Then again, there are goblin huts here. If we pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 goblin huts, and we have a stack of 80 goblins, we might have a little bit of an opportunity. We're just going to have to wait and see. What the heck? This doesn't seem fair at all. You contribute resources to the magicians to aid in their research of a means of closing the liths down? What? I hope that we don't lose 1,000 gold every single day, or else we are going to lose. We cannot possibly get additional heroes if we don't have gold. We can't build the things that we need to build. We're picking up these treasure chests now because they're right along the road. I'm going to ignore this gold. We're going to come back in a second. Let's make our way towards these goblins so that way we can see what this observation tower has for us. We do have the choice between Halon the Wizard, who does have the 6-speed boars. That could be not too bad of a decision. I do think that Aragon's going to be the choice because it seems like we're going to be going off-roading an awful lot. Keon saying, hey, nice to see the Barbarian. I feel we rarely see Barbarian and Sorceress playthroughs. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, that we were choosing between the Barbarians and we were choosing between the Sorceresses. And very glad that we are picking at least one of those because we try and spread things around. You can win with anybody. I truly believe that on any given map, you're going to have some factions that have some advantages, but you should be able to win with anybody on a well-designed map, truly. So yeah, happy to do a Barbarian playthrough. We're still going to take the gold instead of the experience here, in large part because, hey, we're going to need resources just as much as gold anyway. Wow, so many resources. And experience, well, that will come over time. Heck, we're going to have plenty of opportunities here, but for now we need to levy troops so we can get through those enemies from afar. I am going to get this Adobe now. I could have possibly gotten Halon. It still is on my radar. If I can pick up just a little bit more gold, maybe this treasure chest, then we may pick up Halon simply so that we have another hero that can travel down the road for us. But truly, if I can get this one observation tower, I'm going to know what my decision making should be from here on out. A group of goblins with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. 28 goblins up to 51. So far, so good. Campfire yields us 5 more ore. We are up to 20 ore and 8 wood. I do see this gold mine here. Grand Elves is not a fight that barbarians truly want to take. So I'm a little bit sad to see that. After scouring the area, we do fall upon a hidden chest containing the ancient artifact, the telescope. I'm happy to have the +1 scouting radius. I think that's going to be useful after these griffins, most likely. It's going to be Aragon that actually cleans up the rest of these goblins for us, and then we're going to do a little bit of a hero transfer in just one moment. We got 2,900 gold. I do want to pick up another hero, but I don't want it to have it put me behind. I'm hoping that Halon can travel along the road and have just enough movement points to get to this gold. If I'm wrong, I'm sad. But if it works, I'm going to feel like a genius. So that's what we're going to try for. And we're even going to leave 2 boars behind. Maybe 2 other heroes can pick those up as scouts. Bambi says, closing the liths down. I know what capacities this game has. And that's not happening. Literally scammed. Yes, 100%. We are not going to pick up anything extra in this game. Yeah, no. I think that Heroes 4 actually had some really nifty ability to do stuff like that, though. And I was really appreciative of it. In Heroes of Might and Magic 4, they have some scripts and things where whole mountain ranges are just going to disappear. And that actually feels really, really cool when you can have the world change because of an event, because of a Keymaster's tent, something like that. So, yeah, very nice to see when the game doesn't lie to you and pretend like things are going to be different. A traveling circus show comes by and you pay them to entertain the troops. You better enjoy those clowns. There better have been like an elephant on a ball, and it's like maintaining its balance. There better have been like a strong man who's got like an 80-pound or like 50, I don't know, 110 kilogram like steel ball that he was just juggling. Like, I want to see something excellent here. For 1,000 gold, it better have been really, really good. We are up to, folks, 119 goblins. That cannot be overstated. I don't think I have the movement to go onto this goblin hut here and back. I want to make sure I get these troops over now. I feel like timing is very, very important, and to make this work out, this is probably going to be the very best thing for us. Before I do anything else, let's split off some single stacks of these goblins. Unfortunately, the goblins are slow enough and the griffins fly, and so this is going to be the best split for me. Although I can take Finneous like this. I can put the orcs here. I can go into closed formation, and I think that the goblins are going to take the majority of this damage, but we're just going to have to do the best we can. The problem is here that the griffins are always going to retaliate, and so there's no sense in having like 2 stacks like this. I'm probably going to want to have just 1 big stack of goblins. If I had to guess, I think that is going to be best for me. But we are going to make this happen. We don't have a lot to our name, but we've got enough. So it is going to be Finneous the Barbarian against lots of griffins. It looks like it's going to cost us the majority of these troops. Perhaps this was an ill-advised fight. Even just a couple of ogres could have made this go a little bit differently. But then again, maybe I can do something classy here. Let's just wait and find out. So it's going to be 4 stacks of 6 to 5 griffins, and our plans on keeping these orcs covered up is immediately going to be for naught. This big stack of 6 griffins is going to come down the way. I see no reason why we ought not to step this goblin just right here. Because these are 2 hex creatures, we might have some opportunities to move some troops around just a little bit. Keeping these goblins safe, this might be the very best place for them. Say these griffins fly to here. Then let's see, 1 more goblin steps up to there. No, you're still going to have too many gaps in the system here. So unfortunately, we're just going to have to lose this turn. It's very unfortunate, and something that I could have avoided. I could have definitely avoided this if I had thought this fight through from the beginning, because you would have known the turn speed and when the griffins would have come. And I should have actually had this big stack of goblins in the 3rd position. Thankfully, we are going to get to step up with this goblin over here. Our big stack is going to stay healthy, and we're going to let single stacks eat 2 stacks of griffins. It worked out better than I thought it would. At first glance, I thought I'd made a critical error. I thought I'd seen an opportunity for better outcome. That's going to be okay for me. Very much worth noting that our 92 goblins did not kill 1 full stack of griffins. Thankfully, we are going to get to attack this griffin that does not have any retaliation. We're going to kill 3 to 5. We do kill, looks like that was 3. Wow, we're doing a little bit bad on that. 10 orcs kill 1 griffin for me. They do. 9 more goblins down, 68 remaining. Nice. Oh, wait, no, that number is 69. My bad. Close. And then with 67 goblins remaining, we saved about 30 goblins. That's pretty good. And I really do chalk that up to the power of those single stacks. It worked out pretty well for us. Are we going to regret losing those 60 goblins later? Probably. But for now, we're going to take what we have and run with it. I'm going to not waste Halon's movement. I'm going to have Finneous be the one to pick up this observation tower, because traveling on desert is not something I want for Halon. Look at this. A couple of things we see. Griffins have unlimited retaliation, Fix Fox. Oh. You're totally right. I said that in the beginning of the battle, and then I completely lost my head, didn't I? Bammy coming in clutch, making sure that I'm staying honest and not misleading people when it comes down to Heroes of Might and Magic and the intricacies of this beautiful game. So yes, the Griffins do have the unlimited retaliation, so the single stacks actually probably could have... They took 2 hits for us. They did their job. Thank you. I appreciate that. This Sphinx intrigues me, but I think we're going to save that for way down the road. The fact that this is the +4 knowledge artifact is so good. Then again, I always forget if this is +4 or +5, and I always misname it. So this is actually probably +5. Probably +5, because I think it's +4, and that means it's actually +5. Yeah, you gotta think the long way here. We do have 2 Shrines of the Second Circle. That means that a Mage Guild is going to be much more valuable. We do have a Pyramid, meaning that getting Wisdom is even more critical than ever. We don't see any Witches' Huts, so less likely that we're going to grab that. There is going to be an ultimate artifact on this map. We got the Trunk of Gold. We got the Gold Mine. Here is our Ore Mine, and we are still looking for our Sawmill. Do we not have wood? I don't see wood here, folks. I don't see a sawmill. Perhaps it's up north in this area. I don't see it. I do see, what is that? Is that the Dragon Sword of Dominion? I think I see it over there and over here. Is that +3/+3? So 6 plus attack. That's pretty good. And unfortunately, as much as these mines and all these resources indicate to me that a mage guild should be the plan, it's going to take the wisdom, and we're also going to have to go through some pretty nasty troops here with these elves, with these druids, things like that. So, okay, we've learned a lot here. Let's let Halon go up the road and just try and pick up things like this, like the wood that's right along the way. We might, given how important mage guild levels might be, we might actually switch to Halon as our primary hero. We might have the barbarians, sadly, become merely scouts. That'll hurt my heart a lot. That's not what the plan was. But it may come down to that, because if all the other enemies have wonderful things at their disposal, things like, you know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th level spells, if we fall behind in that arms race, I don't think on an XL map that we're going to be able to take their castles from them and beat them down. That's my worry. By the way, folks, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody is doing so good on this beautiful Friday. Hopefully, nothing too wild and crazy has happened. I always worry that someone's going to come back and tell me that they had the worst week of their life, and we're going to have to stop stream, and we're going to have to talk about it, because that's what I would hope somebody would do if I had the worst day of my life. I would really hope that somebody would talk about it with me. Summon Boat, great spell, and the Vision spell. I've got to try this real quick. I know this is going to waste the rest of my day. Nice, folks. We pick up Summon Boat in a Shrine of the Second Circle, and immediately we're going to get into the water. This would have cost us a day to get into the shipyard. This would have cost us resources that we just don't have. Maybe the high seas are going to be the place where we make a real name for ourselves on this map. I like the direction this is going. So far, so good. We are short on gold for the bridge. Let's not buy anything that's going to cost us the bridge. Let's make sure we get the bridge, and then we'll figure it out from there. Let's hope we don't lose another 1,000 gold to some traveling circus members. Overall, though, not too bad. Where did you come from? What just happened? Is there a lith right behind me? Did you guys see that? Folks, is there a lith right behind my castle and I just can't see it? Okay, hold on. Let's check this. The liths seemed like a good idea at the time, and now they're nothing but a dangerous nuisance. Can you survive these sudden sieges? If there's a lith right behind this castle and I simply can't see it, first off, thankfully it's just dawn, right? That's good. But I can't click here. I can't park a hero on this lith, potentially. Pax Universalis says yes, smiley face. Oh no! So I can't do anything. The AI can path through that because they can click on it. I cannot path through these liths because I cannot click on it. The only defense that I have that's naturally occurring is the desert penalty of 150% movement. Wow. Wow. Okay. That is fantastic. We just learned an awful lot. Vammy saying the blue scroll is the foremost scroll, +5. Okay, so it is +5. Thank you, Vammy. I appreciate that. Laforme, nice to see you there. Hi, right in time for a hype XL map. Oh, it's hype. This is hype. I can already feel it. And then even if you're having a bad day, these streams lift up your mood. Keon, I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I'm so glad that these are worth your time. And I appreciate everybody that's here. Truly, I appreciate the good vibes. I appreciate the good energy. I noticed the other day, this is going to sound crazy, but I noticed the other day, I was thinking about it. My mood in general has gone way, way up over the past several months. We are almost to a year that I've been doing this, and not streaming on Twitch, but making YouTube videos. And in all honesty, my mood has gone way up, and I blame you guys. I blame every single one of you. So if you guys are feeling uplifted and hyped, trust me, I'm feeling just the same or better. We do need to go back. We cannot catch Dawn. I think we can beat her. A pack of the halflings. If she has a slow and she slows my whole stack of goblins, I'm in trouble. And I do have troops right here in Dragontooth. I don't think it's worth risking it. And really, what would I be risking it for? A pile of wood, a pile of crystal, some gold, and maybe she clears out some of this free stuff for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little patches. I don't think it's worth it. We're going to head back. We're going to resupply, and we're going to go from there. It's day 7. Let's pick up ourselves the bridge and carry on. Probably even taking some of these other troops with us. We're going to leave 1 boar for a future scout. But otherwise, let's plan on setting off tomorrow, ready to do some damage. Okay. And that's going to be the end of month 1, week 1, day 7. She went back. The dirty dog. How could she? Astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the cavalry. Cavalry growth is +5. All dwellings increase in population. Here's a question for you. Oh, I can click on it. Oh, I can click on it. Folks, I couldn't click on it before. Look at that. I can click on it. And that changes things drastically. It's going to cost me 2,500 gold to park a hero there, but I'm going to do that as soon as I possibly can. Truly, I am. There's no better strategy. I don't want to have to deal with invaders. It's a cheeky strategy. It may not be fun and exciting, but it's absolutely the best tactical way of playing this scenario. I thought that I'd be unable to do this, and I'm happy to hear that I've actually got some recourse here. We do pick up the Pendant of Death from this chest. That will make us immune to holy spells. Great. I try to bless my own troops, and they're just like, ah, it burns. I'm like, sorry. I forgot it. We had the pendant in our inventory. Whoops. I don't think I go up this way. I'm guessing that there's resources all along the beach, so you can't just land. I think that the Whirlpool just makes a lot of sense to me. With only 2 boars, if I lose a boar, okay. The Whirlpool has engulfed my ship. Some of my troops have fallen overboard. Let's call this an exercise in figuring out where everybody else is at. We've teleported to this upper right corner here, and I see swampy terrain. That actually suits me just fine as the barbarian. We do see the Red Knight Castle. They're in Westmore, and they are, call it, the 12 o'clock position, more or less. There is an observation tower, but just the tail end of Vertigo. The Castle of Vertigo. Very interesting. They do have an observation tower there as well. So we've spotted the Red Knights. We've spotted the Blue Warlocks. And where this is, I don't know, but I think that we can't get over here. There's just enough room to skirt around the Whirlpool. Unless we end up right here in this corner of the Whirlpool, I don't think you can actually get out of here. Very interesting. Okay. And then we do see lava. Call this in the bottom right. We'll call it the 5 o'clock position. And there is actually, just as we walk through the Whirlpool one more time, the orange necromancers. We have spotted them. They're on the volcanic terrain in the bottom right. And then Halon is back through the Whirlpool one more time. Is this just the tail end of somebody's territory? It is. It's going to be the wizards in the cracked earth. So we have spotted 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our enemies. More to come, I'm sure. I don't think I want to actually be in these whirlpools much to land, but very interesting that not only do we have to contend with the liths, we also have to contend with these whirlpools that might be a little bit troublesome. Now that I've seen what I have to see, I think I'm obligated to stay in the whirlpools and try and find that last enemy, wherever they may be, because if I can do that, then if they get into the water, I'll have at least a little bit of advanced warning before we have any major issues. So that's my plan there. And did I just hit spacebar a million times? No. We've talked about how that's probably not good for the integrity of the game. We're going to try to avoid doing that. Let's see. Fixfox Wife says, oh, hey, with a very sultry amount of Y's on the end of that hey. Interesting. Hey, babe. Vammy says, interesting how this game doesn't allow you to press arrow keys to move around like in Heroes of Might and Magic 3, because if you could path to the portal, and then we determined that we could path to it, and you say, oh, never mind. But yeah, you could use the arrow keys to move your hero in one spot in any direction that you so desired. Good choice, bad choice to leave that out. I can't possibly tell you, but it is what it is, and that's okay. We're going to try and stay away from these liths just a little bit. We're going to path in this direction, so maybe we can pick up Crystal, which is going to be critically important, and then step on the lith by the beginning of tomorrow. We can't get there all the way today, but that hero looks like it's going to be Aragon. He's going to be very, very bored very, very soon. I think it's time to pick up the statue more than anything else. We're going to grab that statue now and go on to day 2. A lot of activity now that we've done some serious scouting. Oh no. Looks like there is Celia. So the orange necromancer, she has come through the lith and she's looking pretty scary. Let's see. No, she's not looking scary at all. We're fine. We're good. I don't want her to pick up this stuff though. I'm guessing that because these forces are so small, I'm guessing that she's just going to stay put there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to stay here with the 6-speed boars and hope that we're going to be fast enough to get here on turn 1 tomorrow. That she sees us, decides that we're too big, we're too scary, and then runs. It's my hope. No guarantees. We'll see. Once again, Halon is just sailing away. And we've found the green sorceresses in the very center of the map. That doesn't seem very advantageous for them. At least we kind of have a corner with like a wall to our back here on the far east corner. If you're in the very center, maybe I'm glad that we didn't pick the sorceresses. Maybe. Laforme says this map is insane. Yeah, this is a crazy map. And no, this is not a community-made map, Keon. This is just in the base game files. So you should have access to this with no problems. So yeah, shouldn't be any problems there. And then Soul Invictus saying afternoon fix Fox. Soul Invictus, very nice to see you there. Keon saying hypothetically, if you had several boats, could you block the Whirlpool? Absolutely. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares. You could do it. Or actually, I think it was, who was it? It was Dranny from the FHeroes2 team. We had talked about that in the Timberman stream, and he had said, well, you need 8. And so I'm gonna go with him on that. But as I'm looking at it, 1, you see that the ship changes colors. It's brown here and then changes red because it's interacting with something. It's like the horse rearing up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you only need 6 heroes. So 6 and 1, and then 1 adventuring hero. That could be a strategy. Could be. Yeah, and everybody else agreeing that it would be an interesting strategy. I'm all for it. I'm happy to give it a try. After I feel like I've got the game in hand, it would be a really difficult challenge to try and win, even with that big handicap of only having the 1 hero. Although people do it all the time, and I know that in like Horn of the Abyss, the competitive play, the online play, that people do that. Pretty much that's like the standard way of playing, I think. I don't think it's often that you find many of those maps where it's good form to have multiple heroes. Generally, it's just like 1 hero maps everywhere you go. Which, when Heroes of Might and Magic 2 gets a little bit more of that, I would actually hope that that's not the standard. I think that there's a lot of strategy with multiple heroes that you just don't otherwise get. I know that people are really good at min-maxing the game, and they get really good at being efficient with just the 1 hero, and it's kind of a way to simplify the game, make sure that the turns take less time. But still, I would personally prefer if multiple heroes was just the standard way that people got to play this beautiful, wonderful game. Celia does go back, and then somebody else comes back through. Oh no. Who are you now? Okay, it is Celia. She just stepped through, stepped back. Can we reach? Not with you. We can reach her. We can reach the Liths. I think we attack her on our way through and just hope for the best. Our plan with using the 1 6-speed creature in our army actually worked out really, really well for us. We got 7,000 gold. Let's pick up 8 trolls. They're going to be just the best force for us. And then let's not purchase the ogres because they're very difficult to upgrade later. They're very costly to upgrade later. Let's grab the stick hut. Let's upgrade these gentlemen that we already have because it's a very cheap upgrade. Pack on just a couple of these 2-speed wolves. And we'll go from there. But I like this army. I think that 10 halflings is not worth the morale penalty. And so I'm actually going to split it like this. 1 wolf, and then the 1 big stack of goblins. Based off this army, yeah, I think that's fine. So that's what we're going to do. Dawn, heroic greetings, sires. Good greetings to you, sir. Happy to see you there. Let's fight this fight with Celia. Enemy has fled. That couldn't have gone any better. We're going to accept this. Can we reach? We cannot reach. So let's just pick up the wood. And I really don't want all these forces to be stuck here, marooned, if you will. But it might just happen. Plus 10 wood, 500 gold, 5 wood, and 200 gold there. We can land on this little beach here. I see no reason why we ought not to. This seems to be the only place that the Whirlpool goes to that doesn't go to an enemy castle. And so for that, it feels significant in some big way. Let's see what this sign says. I'm a sucker for signs and bottles and all of the fun things that let us enjoy the story elements of this beautiful game. By the way, folks, I don't want to say that you're lucky or unlucky. But I will say, as Laforme says, bottles and signs are a priority. Absolutely, this guy gets it. We almost didn't play Heroes of Might and Magic 2 today. We still were going to stream, but we almost didn't play Heroes of Might and Magic 2. We almost played Heroes of Might and Magic 4 today. Don't ask me why. I was just feeling a good quality game of Heroes of Might and Magic 4. And I realized that it wasn't actually downloaded from my good old games library onto this computer. I got rid of it for space at some point. I re-downloaded it last night. I loaded it up, and we almost played Heroes 4 today. I'm glad that we're here in Heroes 2 because this one's shaping out to be really, really nice. We will get to Heroes 4 at some point. It'll be like a thief in the night. When you least expect it, we'll do some Heroes 4. Don't worry about that. So, Avatar 1986, hello! Mikhail, nice to see you there from YouTube. Yep, happy to see you there. The ambassador from the sorceresses comes. That's totally an English word, but it's kind of silly. Haranguing you and won't shut up for Daves. You finally pay a courtier to drop a mouse down her bosom. You feel vindicated. She turns the courtier into a pink magpie. You feel entertained. Negative 500 gold. Let's get away from the coast. It's really, really loud. Okay. Picking up more freebies everywhere we go. And we do see Alamar and we see Troyan. Thank goodness that we're getting 500 experience from both of these heroes, assuming that we beat them. So that's my hope anyway. Let's try our best to beat these guys and we'll go from there. Glorious victory here, 500 experience. We're going to take that. We're going to accept that. We're going to go on to Troyan. What is this? Oh, she hopped on the other side of the lith. Very interesting. Okay, we're going to do some exploring here. Roxana, Sandro, my word. My word. Do I defend or do I attack? That's the question here. Yep, Osborne person on YouTube. Yep, I tend to click on people's profiles because I'm nosy. And so then I see what your screen name is and I see what your other names are too. It's always funny to see how things change from thing to thing on YouTube. But I try to keep track of everybody that comments. I do try and keep track of who comments and what you said. So that way, if and when you comment again down in the future, it feels rude not to. You know, you took the time to write the comment. It would feel rude not to spend the time trying to get to know everybody a little bit. We're going to finally pick up the sign, Dead Man's Vortex. Pretty darn interesting. I think that that's what this is. I'm wondering what else is up here. Unfortunately, we're not going to find out until we can at least defeat the Archmagi. So for now, we're going to head back into the boat. It's going to cost us one full day. That feels pretty bad, but we're going to do it. What to do here? Mr. Mick Epicliciousness, very nice to see you there. That is the trippiest little emote I've seen in a long time, and I love it so very, very much. I'm all for it. To attack or to defend? That is the question. We are the barbarians after all. This is what we do. We attack and we win, right? That's our job. We do have forces at home that can potentially defend. We don't have a lot of, well, we do have a lot of gold. We do have a lot of gold. Tell you what, let's have Jezebel pop out. Let's pick up the moat before we do anything else because I'm going to be really sad if I need it later and I don't have it. As Mr. McEpicliciousness does say, good day to you gamers. And I think I'm just going to have her go on a little bit of a run towards this lith and see if she can go and grab that. I think Troyan's not going to go around, and so she's got to go through the stone liths. We should be safe even with just our one goblin, and we're gonna play things risky. We're not gonna attack Roxana. We're gonna go for this Sandro character over here. With 8 trolls, we should totally fight while we can, and if this castle stays undefended, we're gonna feel so very good. Let's be aggressive more than anything. A glorious victory. These enemies are not running. They're all seeing this through to the end, and so there's no reason really for me to fight this battle. I feel bad. We haven't fought a battle yet, and we're about 30 minutes into this stream. I guess we'll fight the battle just because we haven't fought in the first 40 minutes. And so that just seems important to me. Looks like it's going to be, call it 9 skeletons and 4 of the zombies. I'm not too worried about this fight at all. And because these zombies are so very slow, we're going to go across the battlefield, kill that one skeleton, and we're probably going to lose this one wolf due to that good morale. Oh, unless you haste your trolls. Or excuse me, your zombies. Again, I don't think that the enemy's going to run. And so I don't think we need to worry about doing much of any fun cantankering. We just need to win this battle straight up. And I think that we shall. We are going to give the enemy an opportunity to run here. I don't think that they're going to take it. Nope, not going to take it. 2 damage and 596 experience. We wanted to fight a battle. We have fought a battle. Folks, wonderful, wonderful news. Aragon has gained a level. Ta-da! +1 knowledge. What a big pickup for a barbarian. The difference between 10 and 20 spell points is massive because that is basically an additional 2 blinds if you do get the blind spell. That's 2 extra blinds. That's 2 extra cold rays. That's a whole extra lightning bolt. That's like 6 slows or hastes total. It's really, really good. And then what's this? We have the choice between the estates or the archery. I think that because we've got 8 trolls right now, this is going to be an absolute no-brainer, especially knowing that we're going to be coming up against a potential castle fight. We're going to eliminate that 50% penalty. That was a huge pickup there. What a wonderful turn. I didn't plan on Aragon being much of anybody, but hey, that's kind of where we're at. So Finneous has got 600 experience. Looks like Aragon's got 1,300. Halon is just tooling around out there. And let's see what tomorrow brings. Very interesting. Very interesting. Lord Shadowwing. Let's see. I take it the computer is still running cooler after the cleaning. It's absolutely running cleaner. By the way, thank you so very, very much to everybody that was very helpful in providing tips and strategies and ideas about what I could do to fix the computer. Grateful for it. Thank you all so very, very much. Very happy for it. This is a free castle. This is not the castle I wanted. I would prefer a late game insurance policy. I would prefer, you know, these guys or, you know, these guys. But I'll take what I can get. The nice thing is, that's pretty great. That's really great. We'll definitely take that. But the nice thing is that another castle means that maybe Red is going to make a mistake because they're going to try to get back into their own castle. Maybe that just gives us, I don't know, a couple Paladins for next turn. I don't know. So this ultimately turned out pretty well. I'm pretty happy with the way these things are going. So yeah. Big thumbs up to everybody. I'm a big fan. Laforme says, play the game. Yeah, what a crazy decision. Because we're thinking, do we defend or do we attack? And we had to remember, we're the barbarians. We need to be aggressive where we can. So I'm glad that we did that. I'm glad that we saw our strengths, we recognize our weaknesses, and we're going to move forward with these new paladins, with these new shiny best friends. Jacqueline the Barbarian level 1 or Wilfrey the Wizard. Wilfrey does have the boars. I'm going to take Wilfrey on the road here. Because I see that there is the potential to get an observation tower pretty soon. If I can get all the observation towers in everybody else's hometown, we're going to be wonderful knowing where everything is and what to do with it. How did you get there? Okay, so this stone lith is... Okay, this one is like the sharp pointy one, and then this one is different. Is this the same way? It is. It is. We got to get here sooner than I thought because these are probably all connected. These are all connected. Very interesting. Very interesting. Do I see any defenders nearby? I do not. Do you see a sawmill for the first time? We're going to take that. I wish I could get the boots. Not likely. And then red is not too tough, but because red also has Ambrose here in this castle, they are going to be around for some time. The problem is that with these stone liths here, until I seal that entry off, we're gonna have a little bit of a bad time. Mikhail says, this is nice, we got the game and the friends, now we just need some tacos and karaoke. Absolutely. And then Laforme says, play of the game is PogChamp, mouth wide open. Is that a monitor lizard? I'm not actually sure what that is, but it's what I see for all of the hype moments that other people share everywhere they go. I'm going to abuse our rule here, folks. I am going to hit spacebar until I get Jacqueline back to here. That just feels, that's what I wanted to do. And so that's what we're going to do. And with Aragon knowing that Roxanne is in this direction, I'm going to sit here overnight. We're going to look at getting a mage guild. We need a spell book. We got the +1 knowledge. Did we ever pick up more ore? I don't think that we did, and I don't think that we have the opportunity to do so. But we do have the opportunity to trade with 2 marketplaces, 1 ore. Let's grab that now. I didn't mean play the game. Oh, Pog. What does Pog mean? I thought Pog meant play the game. Maybe, I don't know. That's the thing, is I don't know. Pog is an exclamation. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Pog it used to mean something. It used to be something that people said in streamers chat when something remarkable happened, but now it's an overused shitpost meme that makes me laugh every time for some reason. Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. I've learned a lot about internet lore today, and I'm grateful for all the people that are willing to take the time to teach me wonderful, fun things. What is going on here? That is very interesting. Wilfrey might end up just stepping on this lith for me, and so I can control the flow of power. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. I don't know if we're ever going to get this pyramid. Crystal is so hard to find. We're going to look to headhunt for other people's castles, and once we get them, we're going to move forward from there. We could go for resources, or we could go for castles. I feel like going for castles is going to be even better than anything else. So that is my personal plan. We're going to see if that's a good decision or a bad decision. Sabu, the barbarian green player, he does have a whole bunch of nobodies, and he also has a few phoenixes. What is the likelihood that the green sorceresses picked up phoenixes in week 1? Is this 1 phoenix or is this 3? That's a very critical thought. We need to know the answer to that. Halon does have the vision spell. Does that work everywhere? No, it doesn't. Visions has a radius, I do believe. We're going to cast it anyway, just in case. Yeah, Archmagi, yeah. There's another spell, Identify Heroes. So there's Visions spell in Heroes 2, and then there's Identify Hero. Identify Hero works on the entire map. If this had been Identify Hero, which is I think a 3rd level spell, then we could have actually right-clicked to see if this was 1 or 3 phoenixes. Unfortunately, Visions is a little bit different, and that's not too bad. We're going to be grateful for whatever we can get, whenever we can get it. Shipwreck Survivor, Skullcap, beautiful, wonderful, lovely. And just picking up some freebies, tons and tons of wood, and a little bit of gold wherever we can find it. Let me scroll up and make sure I didn't miss anything else. Lord Shadowwing with the happy penguin with the rainbow, all for that. And then WYBZE1, love what you're doing, Fix Fox, keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate that. I'm a big fan of that. Did I not say skull? What did I say? Did I not say skull cap? It is skull cap, right? What did I say? I probably didn't say skull cap, did I? Again, another reason why I need everybody here to keep me honest. We're going to stay put right here. We're going to consider what Wilfrey does. What we do here with Sabu is really going to determine what our next choice is. It's day 6. We could just plan on holding on to this castle. We do have, well, we can get a moat. We can get the left turret. We can even get the jousting arena if we want. I don't think that that's a bad decision either. Are there any other troops in here? No, there's not. It's possible that Sabu runs. And it's possible that he sees Wilfrey and goes straight for the jugular, which is actually bad too. If this is 1 phoenix, we're fine. If this is 3 phoenixes, we're bad. And so, this is a really big decision, and I'm going to read chat so I got time to think about this a little bit more. Laforme, Skull, Kappa. I know what Kappa means, or Cap, I think. I know. The wiki, Pog. Clipping of a emoticon used on a streaming site, Twitch, depicting the streamer Ryan Gutierrez, derived from his 2011 video, Pogs Championship. Okay, interesting. Wins a game of Pogs. Okay, I'm learning a lot here. So it's a Twitch-based expression. You'd think that if I was here that I would know a little bit more about it. Again, this is me trying to get up to speed. I'm not going to risk this fight, and all the people at home can start booing me relentlessly for that. Manly Men's Fort over here in Fenton. But booing me relentlessly because, hey, we want to see action, we want to see this fight. I think that we've been happy to get the advantages that we have so far. I think that we're just gonna go with what we have here. I'm even gonna split these goblins so that way we don't have the morale penalty when these forces in the garrison come into the main army, and we're gonna see what happens next. Oh, and Kappa is that face. Oh, I have seen that face before too. I've seen that face a lot. Okay. And then everybody's saying, let's learn together. Perfect. Okay, I'm all for that. Yeah, internet culture. Okay, there are people that work very, very hard. They make it their whole job, their whole life, call it, to understand different cultures and subcultures and I think that there's not been enough of a job looking into the internet culture. Like, I think that there's still more for us to see and understand and hopefully figure out about this beautiful place that we are in currently. Because the internet is a small little contained community that's actually massive. I shouldn't say small and little. It's changed over time. It's never, I mean, there's always more to discover about it, but really, it's a culture worth studying. And I'm always excited to learn more about it, because you've got, it's kind of like high school or secondary school for some people. You know, you got the cliques. You got these guys over here that are like the big tough guy jocks. You've got these guys over here that are like, you know, the nerdy outcasts. You got the guys over here that love Heroes of Might and Magic 2. You got these guys over here that love My Little Pony. I don't know. I'm just saying that there's lots of different types of people everywhere. And so it's very interesting to see what the internet provides and how these cultures form and people find unique and diverse interests and then create communities about that. It's part of the reason why Reddit originally made a lot of sense to me. And unfortunately, I've since come to the opinion that Reddit has turned into something of the armpit of the internet. Maybe you disagree with me, maybe you don't, but not my favorite place to be, just because of some of those cultural reasons, groupthink type of reasons, for good or for worse. I'm ready for the conversation on that. Everybody let me know your opinions on whether Reddit is the armpit of the internet or not. Because of the skull cap in D2, I love saying skull cap instead, Laforme says. Nice, definitely. D2, I'm not sure, is that D2? I'm not sure what D2 is. Dungeons & Dragons 2? Probably not. D2, what is D2? And then Keon says, it seems difficult to win a large map if Cyclops is the strongest unit, or am I wrong? Yeah, I don't really want the Paladins, I don't really want the Cyclops to be my strongest unit. The fact that I've spit myself out here, I think means that I'm not actually going to hop through this lith and avoid these fights. I think I'm going to fight all these fights. I'm going to take as much experience. I'm going to take this Castle of Vertigo. I'm going to end week 2 with 3 castles, and from there I should be able to just sit and consolidate and get stronger and bigger and faster. And then from there, I think that we'll be able to talk about a win. But for now, I think that we're just holding on, knowing that we've got defenders here and defenders elsewhere. That's going to be a follow. Let me just check to see who that was. I always have to bring up my Twitch activity feed to see who that was. YBiz1, you already said hello, and I appreciate you saying hello. Thank you so much, very much for the follow. Glad that you are happy to spend the time here. I'm very happy to spend the time with you as well. No other purchases. I could get the jousting arena. Is it worth the 20 wood? We do have Halon on the high seas. Wood shouldn't be a problem. So long as there's Flotsam out there, he'll find it. He's like a pig searching for truffles. I trust that he's going to find exactly what he's looking for. You know, like, just set him loose, let him go, let him do his thing. He'll be fine. He'll find what we're looking for. The ambassador from the necromancers comes bringing threats. You pay your thieves to short shroud his coffin and beat up his zombies. Short shroud his coffin and beat up his zombies. Interesting. I didn't know that only cost 500 gold. I thought that would cost a lot more, funny enough. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what it takes to get a couple of thieves to do you the honor of taking care of a bad guy for you. Oh no. Folks, even with the swamp, we are not going to reach this castle. We are going to have to deal with some defenders very, very quickly. This is a bad situation because I don't know. If they are up to, we've seen Hydras. If they're up to dragons, we're cooked. If it's Hydras, I think we can win. Remember, we do have the spell book here. We've got Slow, Stone Skin, Dispel Magic, and the Dispel Magic is really the big thing, so that way we don't fall prey to blinds and things like that. How tough are 8 trolls? That's kind of the question. Oh, it was Diablo 2. You know, I didn't play a lot of Diablo, but I love the concept. I really do. It's going to be Natasha, so it's not going to be a might fight. We're going to give it a try. And the reason why we're going to give this a try is if we win, we're golden. If we lose, that sucks, but we do have enough gold we can potentially rehire Aragon. And even if we lose him, I don't want to lose him. He's got the +1 knowledge and he's got the archery, but we're just going to keep that in mind. In the meantime, let's continue to set sail and see what we can find. Let's see. Avatar, yes, absolutely. AI will be helpful in that regard to summarize different things on the internet. Definitely. I appreciate every single person that makes documentaries online. It takes a lot of work to do those documentaries, and people put a lot of effort into it, and they turn out so good. Oh, they turn out so good. With a little bit of work, just kidding, a lot of bit of work, some nice things can happen. I know I just said that because we have gold that we can put Argon in danger and then maybe rehire. We'll rehire him before he dies. How about that? We may run instead of surrender. Let's make sure that we take care of Roxana now. I don't think I'm scared of her. And Wilfried does already have a spell book. Let's split up our forces a little bit. Let's have 2 stacks and 2 stacks. Split and split. And this should be a pretty easy victory, unless she lightning bolts us to death, which is possible. Never mind. For Valor in Combat, Wilfried gets 600 experience. Wonderful. Not quite a level, but we're happy for what we have so far. And then we've more or less secured this area, unless Ambrose comes through these steel golems. That might take a while. That might take a while. So I say that we just head on up. Yeah, I think that we just, well, head on up and through. You got dwarves over here. We still need a sawmill. Folks, we are missing a sawmill, alchemist lab, or sulfur, crystal, and gems. So what you're telling me is that we're broke. Gotcha. We're broke. Okay, that's all you gotta say. We're broke. With these troops, though, I think we could take Grand Elves. I think we could take Rangers. I think we can take, I know we could take Dwarves and Boars and things like that. With these additional troops, oh, maybe we just head north and just clear all this out. Or do we want to go back and pick up a couple of extra Rangers? I want to leave the defenders just in case Ambrose does come this way. We have to hold on to it. So let's go in this direction. Let's clear out all this. We should be able to snake our way around. Veteran pikemen? No, we don't want to deal with that. Now let's get our sawmill. For the very first time, folks, let's pick up a sawmill. And then we'll go from there. Jacqueline has to stay. She has slept. As is Jezebel. Any other purchases? Not at this time. Let's go on to the next day, knowing that Aragon is in a very, very precarious situation. And he does not get attacked. We do see some defenders. It's definitely time to pick up Thieves Guilds. We should have done that before. But there's no time like the present. We do see full armies. Not too bad. That I can handle. This is absolutely doable. Hydras, I don't want to deal with 3 Hydras. I really don't. But, or 5 Hydras? 5 Hydras? I don't want to deal with them, but with all these other pretty bad supporting troops, no Minotaurs, I think that we take this fight. I really think that we do. I always imagine that there's some kind of prestige when you win a map with only the troops from your starting faction. You know what? I think that'd be a great challenge. I don't know how likely that is or is not. It's possible. It's totally possible to do. That would definitely be something that I would have to consider. How much struggle do I personally want to go through? How much does Fix Fox want to subject himself to? We're going to immediately stone skin these trolls. As you can see, the AI thinks that we're going to lose this fight. Stone skins and dispels are pretty much going to be the only 2 things that we have at our disposal. There's a chance I could have waited to see if a blind was going to come out. I think that the stone skin actually matters the most. This hit point regeneration on these trolls, I think that's actually going to matter quite a bit. Let's actually move this one wolf up here. I think that the trolls are going to take a lot of attention. 1 troll goes down, haste on the Hydras, okay. 5 hit points left. And then these 2 goblins, let's kind of go into this defensive position. Sprites are going to take 1 more troll. They do. But we are going to get the full damage off of these trolls because 13 sprites are going down today. Ah, rats. And now the griffins attack. Down to 5 trolls. So at least we used the stone skin appropriately. That feels good. What feels bad is that these Hydras are here. Centaurs are going to take some attention. We're just going to have to deal damage where we can. And there's no sense in saving these trolls. Let's see. Griffins did 44 damage. 1 griffin died. So if we attack here, we're going to lose 1 more troll. I think that with this 18 damage from the centaurs, we're probably going to lose 1 more troll anyway. Maybe not. If we don't attack, do we lose 1 more troll? We need these goblins to really handle this griffin for us. We are going to wait and not lose 1 more troll. This This troll stack has to stay big, and this might actually end up saving us 1 or 2 trolls by skipping right now. It sounds crazy, but the goblins really have to be the ones to deal with these griffins. Has to be. Oh no, there they go. Messed up. The wolf should have gone here and blocked the hydras in. Whoops. That's okay. These things do happen. I'm not too sure what turn order is going to look like in just a moment here. I can't kill all the centaurs anyway. Are these goblins going to kill this griffin dead? We're only going to be able to kill 1 here. I could start getting damage off on these hydras. You're going to have to at some point. Gonna have to at some point. 4 hydras are going to get into range in 2 more turns unless I get good morale. It's normal morale, so that's not likely. We're going to need to deal with these centaurs at some point anyway, and because we don't have ballistics, we're going to take left turret, right turret, main bastille again and again and again and again. And so it wouldn't actually make too little sense to fight these centaurs, but I can't get over the fact that I'm not sure if these goblins can deal with these griffins on their own. So we are going to fight the griffins there. 6 damage from these archers, and then the wolf is actually going to sacrifice themselves to stay right here. That's going to slow the hydras down for 1 more turn. Down to 30, down to 32 of these goblins. We do have the dispel for when we do want to fight these hydras. We're going to wait on that. 2 spell power. It's going to take a minute for that to really bear fruit. Down to 2 of the griffins, and thankfully we are going to get the trolls ready to go here. I don't think that we're going to take any more damage here, actually. We just have to defeat these hydras. We may even, let's see. Let's dispel them now. Let's push their turn order to the very, very bottom. And then it's not really going to matter for this here. Like, this has already happened, but the trolls are going to go next anyway, or in just 1 moment anyway. So let's skip. Let's get off the damage here. That's going to be 38 to 53. We still got a lot of Hydra to go through. 19 to 26 damage. We end up doing 20 damage there. And right now, these goblins have to sacrifice themselves. They have to just slow these guys down. Just stay in the way, please. Please. Let's see what spell comes out. 1 more troll goes down. There's the shield. It's a good shield. 6 hit points left there. I think that these orcs are going to unfortunately have to kill these archers, just to make sure that another 6 points of damage doesn't go down. Highly unlikely, but still, if it happens, you're going to feel really, really bad. Goblins have to step up to here. No. Just in case the hydras can go around. No, they can't go around. They're 2x creatures. I do want to sit right here. And that way, if the hydras get good morale, they have no good morale. Doesn't matter. Just step right there. Good morale would be the worst thing there. And so we're going to have 2 more dispels. There's 1. And we do finally bring down 1 full hydra, which is lovely. Archers. Last turn did 6 damage. That's 6 damage. That tells me exactly what I need to do. Have to save these trolls. Non-negotiable. Must save the trolls. And actually, the goblins survived for 1 additional round of combat. Oh my gosh. That is the kind of margin for victory that we need. We're going to take probably 1 more troll lost here. 38 damage, 1 troll. Yeah, not good. But with 1 hit point left, that could have been worse. Orcs are going to attack these centaurs for the next little bit. Let's see, the shield is up. It's going to last for 2 more turns. Oh boy, why do we got to cut these things so close? 4-speed creature, 2-speed creature, no good morale. We can kite, except the ballista left turret, right turret. That's always going to mean that we're going to lose this fight. There's nothing we can do there. So let's go. Let's use our last dispel. 18 spell points left. Save the dispel. You're going to want to save the dispel. So that way, when these hydras are hasted, you still have at least some amount of recourse. I don't like this at all, because our damage is now halved against these hydras. There's a good chance that we're not going to kill another hydra this fight before this scenario is just, or this battle's just over. There's nothing I can do about that. We're fighting this fight, I think, about as best as we can. And as we've said here time and time again, it is what it is. 1 more troll goes down. Bless on the hydra. Yeah, don't love that. We're probably going to cast a spell next turn in combat. So let's just get rid of the centaurs. Let's do our dispel now. We're going to do our full damage and good morale. So now I'm looking like a genius because that just happened there. And we are going to bring this fight down to just 2 hydras remaining. But folks, I do believe that that's going to be the end. it's going to take just one magic arrow pretty much to really knock this fight off of its axis. I don't think we can kill one more Hydra. I think to play it safe, it's time, unfortunately, for us to bow out gracefully. The cost to surrender is only 650 gold. I think that that's definitely worth saving this one troll and these 4 orcs, and we will depart in shame. Very sad. Very sad, but it was worth a shot. What else could we have done? We could have potentially brought those paladins and those champions, cavalries. We could have gotten them to our main fighting force. The thing about that is that we really are trying not to abuse the spacebar and going through the lists as many times as possible. And so the risk reward, there's so many liths on this map. It's worth a shot, but if we don't get to the right place, then we lose time on the back end anyway. So I don't love how that turned out. There's some other possibilities. You could probably have gotten these troops up there if you had tried yourself. It didn't happen. But that's okay. These things do happen. And now, knowing that we're here just to hold on to what we have, we're going to rehire Aragon. We're going to make sure that he is leading a whole ton of these night-based troops out to glory, to clear up this area, and to soldier forth. In just a second, as we hopefully find more treasure chests and the likes. Anything else over here? Maybe we land there for maybe hopefully 4,000 gold. That's going to have to wait until next time. Darn. Okay. Well, that turned out okay. Let me get caught up on chat. Let's see. Laforme says, I've played some Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Secession War mod. I was suggesting, yes, you were. A good thing is that you can install the HD mod over it to benefit from the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 HD mod, extra quality of life functions. Bad news is that the mod has crashed a few times. Yeah, I can't tell you how I feel about it because I've never played the Secession Wars mod. I never have, and so it would feel very, very wrong of me to try and pretend like I have an opinion. I've seen it, and it looks good. It looks really good. I really like FHeroes2. I really like FHeroes2, and I worry that the game is going to be changed fundamentally in a way that is going to make me sad. And so I'm going to try my very best to try all of the mods. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, like Wake of the Gods. I'm going to try to really try every single mod. That's my goal. And make sure that my thoughts are there and on stream so people can, agree with me or disagree, and we can have a nice conversation about it. But because I don't have the time at this current juncture, and because I can't guarantee that there's going to be time until at least the beginning of February of this upcoming year, I can't make a decision. I can't make any promises either, unfortunately. The ambassador from the Knights arrives and makes threatening overtones. In a fit of rage, you pour sulfur down the back of his armor and then let loose the Royal Rust monsters. We have Royal Rust monsters? Are those the precursors to the Rust Dragons from Heroes 3? That seems like a waste of 10 sulfur, I'm not going to lie. Especially when we only have 9 left. My word. Okay. It is because it's on Heroes of Might and Magic 3 base. You can get expert fire magic, etc. Yeah, and the secondary skills, like, it's really cool, but it also does fundamentally change the game. Ooh, what a nice pickup. Basic logistics. We're going to take that immediately. We could probably defeat Ogre Lords. Are we ever going to come back here? This Pearl is so good. +2 knowledge, +2 spell power. It's so good. We don't have the ranged damage. It would really come down to the Paladins and the Cavalries. I don't feel comfortable fighting this fight just yet. I meant to have Wilfrey purchase the rest of these troops and then come to the front. I think we're going to do that right now. Yeah, we're going to do that right now. Trying to provide a little bit of extra bulk to our forces here. If we need to, we'll come back later. We're not going to use knowledge or spell power to defeat these creatures. Let's clear out what we can. Let's get the means of production, and then let's soldier on from there. Lots of dwarves, though. They're dead. Oh, yeah. 440 experience. Not too bad. And then Hail on the Wizard. We're going to make sure that we can still land if we want to, but let's try and explore just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, we're going to land. Okay. I was kind of hoping that there'd be a thought bubble there that would trigger an event. Unfortunately, it did not happen, but that's okay. That's okay. The treasury is empty. And so we're all going to have to tighten our belts. We're all going to have to pretend like we're on Ozempic and just taking the miracle weight loss pill. By the way, which is interesting. Maybe it's interesting, maybe not. There's a guy. Oh, what's his name? There's a guy I see in YouTube Shorts who is a physique kind of a guy. He's something of a bodybuilder, something of a strongman, but he also tends to have a lot of research backing up the things that he says, which I always appreciate. It lends a lot of credence to what he's saying. The damage here is just slightly higher due to the attack skill. And so, and he actually brought that up, and I appreciated his thoughts on Ozempic. If you're not familiar, Ozempic is a drug that is used to treat type 2 diabetes. And people have found that by taking it, it reduces their hunger. And then as a subsequent, fallout from that, you do end up losing some weight. Some of the issues with that is the long-term health and efficacy of using it is more or less somewhat unknown. Plus, it's fairly expensive. Plus, not if, but when you eventually stop taking it, what's going to happen to you? You're probably going to gain a lot of that weight back, right? So there's some reasons really not to take it. But while most people say don't ever do it ever, not to mention it's bad because then type 2 diabetists don't have their medication because you're taking it all. But this guy more or less said, look, some people don't like this because they feel like it's a cheat. It's like a shortcut, like as if by losing weight in this manner, it didn't count. You actually have to have blood, sweat, and tears and like willpower in order to really lose the weight. That's the argument that some people have kind of made in their minds against something like this. And his point was, well, so is it really that you're worried about it being a shortcut or a cheat? He mentioned all the other reasons why, you probably shouldn't take it, especially, hey, other people need this medication. But he also had that very nuanced approach where he said, well, look, if that's your concern, then how about you take all of that willpower that you feel like should go towards losing weight and just put that towards your kids, towards your family, towards your job, all that willpower that you otherwise would have spent losing weight, put it towards that. Because as someone who's tried to lose weight in the past, like, man, yeah, there are days where it's hard to get work done because I am hungry and I'm not thinking clearly because I am hungry. And so I understand that thought process of, okay, it frees up some of your mental resources, your RAM, if you will, so that you can actually get other stuff done. And you just happen to be 30 pounds lighter. I guess what I'm trying to say is I appreciated his kind of nuanced approach. Most people will immediately condemn it. And he talked about the pluses and talked about the negatives. And I don't really mind somebody's opinion so long as it's well thought out. Even if we end up disagreeing, I don't mind that we disagree. In fact, I just appreciate when people disagree with me because then I get smarter. I get smarter because people disagree with me. But being able to disagree and then have a good argument for why, I like that. I like that. So anyway. I should probably I'll look it up later just to provide some context for who we're talking about. Maybe you in the comments might know who it is, but I feel obligated to look it up just to give the guy credit. I will just as soon as the enemy takes their turn here, because red is getting a little bit too close to breaking through those steel golems, and that's a little bit scary. The ambassador from the wizards arrives and demands your capitulation. You decapitate him instead. You never were good with sound-alike words with many syllables. That's hilarious. Capitulation and decapitation are in fact very close, but very, very different. So, let's see. I'm gonna look that up really quickly. Who the heck was it? My YouTube Shorts is a mess. YouTube at this point is like, what do you want? Do you want documentaries? Do you want short, funny stuff? Like, what do you actually like? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I really don't. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's the guy? Who's the guy? There he is. It's this guy. Renaissance periodization. That's his YouTube stuff. So go look that up if you want to. Laforme, what barbarian lore? Yeah, that is excellent lore. That many syllables bad. Few syllables good, many syllables bad. I don't think that this is really useful at the time. Let's head north. Oh, we can get some of these freebies. Let's go north and pick up those freebies first. I think I need the ore. We have 16 wood, 13 mercury, 15 ore, 14 sulfur, 17 crystal, and 32 gems. We do need this crystal. Let's see if we can sneak it out from these rangers. We might be able to actually. So let's just go in this direction. Maybe we get up to 20 crystal. Maybe we get something really, really nice. Pack of Cyclops. That's interesting. This feels like this isn't somebody's main territory. Red Knights, blue, you guys, green sorceresses, purple necromancers, wizards. Who's left? Here. Okay, found. I think that this is just an extra place. It's just a treasure island kind of a deal. We may want to rush up in this direction, especially this pack of Cyclops kind of tipped me off to this. This might be somewhere that we want to really rush for. We will see. Wilfrey is going to do his best to pick up freebies everywhere he goes. It's probably time that my main hero, Aragon, starts to pick up treasure chests, just in case he finds a nice advantage. Do you want the 2,000 gold or the 1,500 experience? At this point, I think that we'll start to take the experience over the gold. And I think it is going to be Aragon that is my primary hero. Still waiting for knowledge. I'm still waiting for level 5, to be honest. But, well, so far so good anyway. We do win these fights. Only issue being that I do want to split these cavalries because we're going to want cavalries in 2 stacks for these 3 fights. So let's actually go out of our way just a second. We'll come back in one moment. Let's do just a little bit of exploring. And then tomorrow Wilfrey can meet up and he can take the rangers off my hands rather than just send the rangers packing. We're going to do that. We did pick up enough crystal to pick up the pyramid. We need 5 more ore. Well, that feels like a great decision that we made to go in this direction then. And I think that we're going to pick up our Cyclops by the end of week 4. That's way too late. Is it worth it? Folks, I want your opinion. I'm asking everybody in the chat. FixFox has the smartest chat, and this is the time where you guys got to prove it to me. Please, I need your help. That's what I'm trying to say here. So, is it worth it at this point? Month 1, week 3, day 6, day 7. Is it too late on this XL map for me to pick up the pyramid? Is it going to be a waste of resources? On the one hand, that's a lot of crystal. On the other hand, it's basically just going to take me further away from things like mage guilds at this point. The 6,000 gold's not that much. And then the Cyclops, you don't have to upgrade them later. I'm not going to have to build like an upgraded cathedral. They just are a good solid unit. And then I have them. They're going to slowly accrue time and time again. It's an investment for the future. I can forget about this barbarian town for 3-4 weeks, and then all of a sudden I lose a big fight, and I'm like, oh no, I have no troops. Oh wait, I've got all these barbarians, and then I hit them with the 1-2 punch. That's kind of my thought process. What say you all? Laforme says, I'd take it. Any other thoughts? I think that's a good, I hear one positive. Those were my reasons for it. I think that there's a lot of reasons against and for. Any other thoughts? And there was no one there. No, it's very important that I actually don't tell people, hey, participate or else I'll be sad. Because ideally, you're at work right now. It's 4:39 my time. And the way I look at Twitch is that I'm supposed to be kind of background noise, or I'm supposed to be the TV. I'm not supposed to necessarily be interactive. I'm grateful for the people that are willing to interact, but feel no obligation, please. So, with that being said, I do think that we've kind of talked ourselves into the pyramid. It's nice, Laforme, that you have given me some support in that decision. So thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to pick up the wood here. Ore is going to get picked up by Wilfrey in just 1 second. And since it's day 6, we have just a little bit of time to do that. So we're going to head out of our way as we head south. Borrow some troops. Split them. And we're going to hope for good morale. Or rather, the correct morale. And hopefully that's actually going to help. Only the night troops in this point makes a lot of sense. Okay. On we go. Killing everything that comes up against us. 405 experience. Nice. The elves are probably going to be a little bit tough because they are 6-speed creatures. We do have some spells. Let's see how well or poorly this fight goes. Let's see if we can do just a little bit better. Looks like it's going to be stacks of 7 elves plus 1. So 7, 14, 21, 28. Call it, what is that, 30 something? 35? Not too bad. It seems like cheating to use the pre-fight to my advantage, but I'm going to. I'm going to preemptively stone skin the Paladins because that's what the elves are going after. I might have labored over that decision. I might have said, well, maybe I should stone skin this stack or stone skin this stack. Knowing that the Paladins, we were going to lose 2 of them, that kind of told me where the enemy's fire was going to be focused. It's cheating. I don't like it, but I simply cannot, in good faith, turn off the auto combat anymore. It simply cannot be done. I have to have it at this point. With the way that this is going, I think I can do 1 slow on this bottom stack. I can step in here. I can step up here, and then are these Paladins going to be able to reach 6 speed, 6 speed? I am going to have the first go this upcoming round of combat, so we're going to step there. For some reason, I thought that the slow was going to help turn things in my favor. It does not. That's okay. Whoops. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Well. Let's see. Mikhail says, well, you don't really have a spellcaster hero to get a mage guild, so the Cyclops makes sense. Okay. And that's so very, very true. Because really, it's you got to look at it as like an opportunity cost, don't you? And so if it's either getting mage guild levels or Cyclops, then maybe the decision's tougher. But because mage guild levels don't really matter right now, I agree with that thinking too. I think you guys are on point in both instances, so happy for it. And very happy to see that we are actually doing a great job of clearing out these ranged creatures. This is going to be, it looks like 1 of every mine that we should be able to get by the end of this week. Oh no. I got bit and spent my money. Darn. And that 1 stone skin actually would have been really useful. I used the slow needlessly in the previous go around, and now I'm sad. Whoops. Okay. Good morale though. On this instance is really nice. That might be enough to save us some trouble. Let's wait and find out. Down to 6 of these rangers. Are we going to survive? No. 1 paladin does go down, although I think that ultimately we are going to save ourselves 1 paladin in this fight. That's going to be field fine. We're going to hit Q and just end the battle for 380 experience, and the basic ballistics actually would have changed our fortunes drastically in the previous scenario, or rather the previous fight against the Warlocks. However, look how much water there is on this map, folks. There is an awful lot of water. Usually navigation, C tier, maybe D tier. In this case, how useful is it going to be? I don't know. I really don't know. Barbarians are very likely to get both ballistics and navigation, funny enough. And so I think that if I pass on one of these, it's probably going to come around again later. Probably going to come around later. So it's not as big of a decision as I feel like I must have or need to have until we can get Warlocks or Wizards. I think that we're going to have to take these ballistics. The ballistics helps you take the big chunky Wizards and Warlocks. And after we do that, then we'll be fine. But until that time, I think we're just going to have to be smart with what we have. Meanwhile, we are sailing around aimlessly. Probably. Mostly. Aimlessly. It's day 6. We do not have to pick up the pyramid just yet. Blue player has defeated red. Red player has been vanquished. We helped. We certainly helped. But ultimately it is blue that struck that final blow. And so the knights are gone. We have usurped their castle. We are like that bird. Oh, there's some kind of bird where it will lay its eggs in the nest of better parents, and then it will kick all the other eggs out. We did that to the knights, and so it's our castle now. This is our nest, and then unfortunately they were not able to survive. This is absolutely survival of the fittest. The ambassador from the Warlocks arrives, ordering you to surrender or face the wrath of the mighty dragons. Having had just about enough of this whole ambassadorial threats thing, and throwing all caution to the wind, you make an obscene gesture and scream, "Hey, I've got your mighty dragon right here, fella." The embarrassed ambassador leaves in a huff, threatening vengeance, but all your people think You're our hero. Just took a little bit of gumption to get that guy to leave us alone. Wonderful. Very happy to hear it. Xanadu, that's interesting. And is this a place to land? There is a place to land. Pack of green dragons guards this. So look at this. Okay, there's a blue hero here. It looks like he's on a lith. He looks like he's on this lith. This might have been a mistake. We should have probably been here a while ago, folks. Should have been here a while ago. My word. There's so much treasure here that I feel like we're unfortunately giving up right now. And that doesn't feel good. As we do pick up the pyramid, per our previous conversation, nothing else really to get in this night castle. We'll make upgrades later, but right now, we've got statues, we've got wells, we've got garbage heaps. We're fine. And so then Wilfrey is just going to pick up some other freebies for us as we head north. And it's going to be still Aragon that now moves on to the gems and this gold mine. They should not be too difficult for us to grab. A couple of freebies here. Veteran pikemen. Let's fight this fight. Lots of veteran pikemen with no spells or gems. Do we need gems? We got 35 gems. I don't know. Lots of veteran pikemen. I still think that we win. We only got 2 of the Paladins now. That's anywhere between 20 to 49. If it's 49 pikemen, I actually don't like that fight at all. Let's just make sure we can defeat the dwarves and go from there. I know I moved in this direction. Let's just take the fights that we can be more sure about, and then we'll pick it up from there. 1 champion, 1 cavalry. We will see. We'll see about that in just a moment. Let's see. Spells are, of course, really good in the long term, but maybe right now it's more of a brawn than brains thing. Absolutely. Going back to that conversation, unfortunately, I moved on when I should have stuck on that conversation for just 1 moment longer. But absolutely, I agree with that when it comes down to Cyclops now versus Mage Guild levels, maybe in the future. I definitely agree with that. We're going to just take a beating. We can't stop it. Oh, we're going to lose 1 cavalry anyway. We can't stop it. So on we go. And these dwarves are up next. Hopefully we can get around. Hopefully we can defeat some nomads. But on to a new day of the week. On to Monday. As green clears out blue. Blue defeated red. And then we're up to here. Very interesting. Very interesting. Cyclops growth is up by +5. Did we make a good decision or what? My word. This is reminiscent of the Great War II playthrough where it was Week of the Titans, a day after we had purchased our upgraded cloud castle. So this is a lovely sight to see. My word, folks. If that's not, what was the term? Poggers? If that's not poggers, I don't know what is. Let's see. Water, but portals are everywhere too, Laforme says. Where's Magellan when you need him? Yeah, where's Magellan when we need him? My word. Fix Fox never gives up, Keon says. I appreciate that. That is a good reputation to have. We're going to keep it. And then, let's see. Mikhail says, good. So what is plan A going forward? Is Warlocks and Dragons or Wizards and Titans? A Barbarian hero with high attack could be good with Titans, the shooters. And we do have the archery. I think that's going to be good for us. Get the gold. Wow, yes. Pog, Luck Fox. This is crazy. Second time this happens. Woot, woot. Yeah, tough to say. Tough to say, because we are definitely looking at the same thing here. This castle has now changed hands a couple of times, and I think that actually matters. So the sorceresses have had to give up their castle to the purple necromancers. So the necromancers are pretty strong. This castle has never changed hands, but we haven't seen giants or titans anywhere just yet. I think that this upcoming turn is actually going to tell us a lot. I think that this is going to tell us a lot. If we see either dragons or giants, I think that that's going to determine which one of these castles we go for. I think that with the basic archery, I would prefer Black Fang. That's my thought process. But at this point, I'll take either. The thing is that so long as it's just Paladins and Crusaders and Cyclops, that's not going to be good enough. We're going to need a little bit more. Before I do anything else, let's pick up Mage Guild level 2. We are going to come back here with our primary hero, and we're going to pick up the blind. We actually love this Mage Guild. We don't have a lot of spell power, and so a damaging spell isn't going to do a lot of damage. Who cares? Status effect spells here, like the Steel Skin, the Blind, and the Slow. This is the perfect Mage Guild. You would have liked to see the Steel Skin and the Stone Skin not get doubled up because you can't cast both of them at the same time, but still we'll take it. And then knowing that we have Dragon Slayer actually also provides some unique opportunities. What a good Mage Guild here. Let's see. Oh yeah, blind really good. Definitely. Definitely. Absolutely. Let's see. Going up north. I have to do it. Okay. Had to. I hope that there were people out there that said, huh, I wonder if he's going to do it or not. And by it, I mean, was FixFox going to go to the very corner of the map? Because whenever I'm in a boat, I feel obligated. I must go to the corner of the map just to see if there's anything special there. I'm glad I didn't disappoint anybody. I'm glad I did not let anybody down. Cavalries are going to kind of move to the top of the battlefield. This terrain's a little bit bad. We're going to stay out of the way so that the pikemen can still move up. And this many dwarves. Let's actually see if we can play with terrain here. Let's see if we can get half the stacks to go south and half to go north. Let's just see what we can do here. Like a moth to the flame? Yes, I am the moth to the flame. And this is perfect, folks. These troops are all going to fight here. These cavalries are going to dangle themselves in front like a piece of meat. Hey, boys. Come on out. And then as we slowly deal with these troops, we can always run away. And we're going to deal with only 18 dwarves at a time, pretty much. And that feels just fine. We're going to skip one more turn with everybody. There's no good morale here, so there's no need to rush. No need to rush. But now we are going to spring our trap. I am going to let the cavalries go first. Kill 1 to 3 of these dwarves. We kill 3, so the damage looks pretty fine there. Running away with these other cavalries, we're going to let our 2 paladins take a big swipe out of this stack here. 9 damage on the retaliation, but the whole rest of the dwarves goes down. And so then we basically only have 2 stacks at the bottom here to deal with. Paladins do take a little bit of retaliation, no problems. Let's actually see if we can get these dwarves to split one more time. Just like one of my favorite bands of all time, Daft Punk. One more time. Da-na-na-da. It's time to celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. And we got it. There it is. Boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We are going to move the paladins over here just so we can hopefully get the first shot with them. With 39 hit points, they're not going to be bothered at all by these 6 dwarves. And so we're not going to worry about it. Done, back off. And that's it. We could probably hit end fight, but I'm going to just babysit this to bring this one in. Just one more step. If you will indulge me. 20 hit points. And that should do it. Okay. Alrighty, so that fight went very, very nicely. 700 experience. No losses. And unfortunately, we do have to defeat vampires in order to move in this direction. I'm not going to do that at this time. I think that we're probably going to want to go around the long way. And I don't want to lose these forces, so I'm not going to risk it. If there's one stack of vampire lords, we're having a real bad time. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Pick your fights and love the fights that you pick. So, like a moth to the flame, never change. There we have it, karaoke night. Daft Punk was really great in the early days. I really did love Daft Punk. And I gotta say, they did such a wonderful thing by having the persona of the faceless man. That really worked out so very, very well. Keon, I thought that was so very good. They made it about the music and not about themselves. And that meant that there was no personal life drama to get in the way of the music. That meant that there was no, there's anonymity for themselves, which I'm sure that they appreciated. Yeah, Daft Punk was always so very good. And yeah, love Daft Punk. How do you feel about their later stuff? Lots of people love their early stuff. I think that everybody agrees that the early stuff was exceptional. Even if you don't like Daft Punk, I think that most people agree that it was truly exceptional. Later on, some people didn't love everything. Where do you stand on that? What are your thoughts, everybody? I'm opening this up, of course, to everybody. Always happy to hear what people think about the topic at hand. Which, for better or for worse, I seem to move around from topic to topic quite frequently. I actually think that's probably pretty good, though, isn't it? Maybe talking about Ozempic is not your favorite thing, but we did do that already once. So anyway, picking up some more free Mercury. There's so many watchtowers. I just haven't been able to really snowball them into an advantage, and that feels bad. This feels really bad. This army cannot defeat this pyramid, but that doesn't mean that they can't clear all of this out, and that causes me some grief. Should I have upgraded this castle a long time ago? No, I should not have. Even if I could have, even if I thought about it, I would not have. For this reason, I don't need another barbarian castle. I don't. I need this, or I need this. I don't need another barbarian castle, so that would have actually been a waste of resources. This pyramid, good. Turning this into a castle, bad. Just my 2 cents. Okay. Halon's going to continue to sail. Let's see. Maybe take the precautions and take the gem mine soon to be ready for Titans later. You're totally right, and I can't guarantee that there's not going to be another emissary or ambassador that's going to require me to pour 10 gems down their back for whatever reason. So I should probably take advantage of this while I can. I really probably should. I'm 6 attack, 1 defense. I think we could win. I really think that would have been a really, really tough fight. I really do. I do want to grab these troops, clear out all of this. +2/+2, Nomad's Boots, freebies, and then take this castle. I do want to secure this continent, but as soon as I do, I think we're going to be golden. I really do. I really do. I am still going to pick up these Crusaders. That's going to absolutely be a worthwhile pickup, and it will be the arena as well. The barbarian troops at this point, we're more or less going to leave them in the current state that they are upgraded at. We do have the Orc Chiefs. We do have the Ogre Lords. We're just probably not going to get War Trolls. War Trolls is maybe a little bit too much. Aha, there it is. The courier, who was turned into a pink magpie, hits the royal treasure and makes a very spectacular getaway by flying through the lith. You have no idea what this means other than the fact that a bunch of shiny objects are now missing from the treasury. We're missing crystal, gems, and gold. Ouch. I do got a gem mine over here, and I do have to go get that in just a moment. It's probably time for another hero, isn't it? We got troops here, and every single day that we're not picking up that gold mine, that's a problem. So we should have done this a while ago. There's no reason not to purchase the 6 Cyclops. In fact, if we had purchased them the day before, we wouldn't have had to trade for crystal to get more. But everything else, we might as well get most of this. We're going to leave a little bit left over because I do want Aragon to be the main big guy, and we have only about 2,000 gold left. But this force should absolutely clear out all this. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Okay, Nomad Boots from Mikal. Yes, absolutely. Keon says, I'm not sure I've heard the latest, but the old ones were iconic. Around the World was my favorite. Yep. That is the song that keeps on giving. I love that era of Daft Punk so very, very much. Feels good. And then Laforme, better buy before the plague. You're not wrong. You're totally not wrong. Week or month 1, week 4, day 4. We got a couple more days, but that is smart because if I have to look you in the eye and say that you were totally right and I'm so very sorry, I should have listened to you, I'm going to feel bad. You're going to feel bad. We should probably just play it safe. If I'm going to play it so safe that we're not even going to fight these veteran pikemen, then we should definitely play it safe and try and purchase everybody before the new month. It's going to be a really tall order. We're only getting, it looks like, 3,500 gold per day, but we're also only trying to purchase barbarians and knights. We did lose our barbarian town, by the way. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. But things are moving in the right direction. They truly are. Let's split here. Let's go here. This is going to mean some losses. I'll accept these losses. That's fine. 5 and 1. I don't think we can do anything better than that. And then all of the Cyclops should still beat these veteran pikemen, and we are going to be getting +1 gems per day. I think that I've talked about clearing all this out. It's day 5. I've got the possibility of doing a really nice timing attack. Stay away from Joe, Josh. Green is looking very scary. I think it's time for a timing attack. I don't think we should actually wait. I really want to pick all these up. I don't think that there's time. I think we got to hit the ground running while we can. So we're gonna continue to move on with Halon. I'm looking for treasure chests. I'm looking for freebies. I'm really sad. I'm not finding any. There's a lot of ground to cover here. If he was a sorceress, we would have done much more with our turn already. But alas, such is not the case. But yeah, I think it's time to go. I really do. I think it's time to go. There's a little bit of gold there. We could pick up all this except for the watchtowers. We're going to ignore that. Let's go grab all this. Okay. Would you play this map again, but edit to remove the portals next to bases? Yeah. I think that the only worry with that... I think that the only worry with doing that... Number one, actually, you can't... Well, let me think. I could edit it in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold map editor and then just upload the map and play it that way. I could do that. I could also... Well, no, that's the way I would do it. But here's my thing. Dranik mentioned, and I do agree, that the FHeroes2 AI does struggle just a tiny bit with things like traveling by boat. And so I think that would fundamentally change the map in a really less than ideal way. It wouldn't be bad. Like the AI would do okay with it. I think it would actually remove a lot of the challenge from this map. This map does feel challenging. Let me ask you, as far as your goals, like why, like what would we gain from that? Would it be because it's more of a defensive map? Would it be because then it takes longer to fight our enemies? Would it give us time to clear all this out? Whereas before, I felt like I didn't have time to clear this. I felt like I needed to go and attack and be aggressive. It's a very interesting proposition. What was your thought process behind that request? It's kind of my question. We've got the marketplace. I don't think I should trade a lot of resources here. I don't think I should trade any, actually. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to right here. Wilfrey is gonna hop in and run on over and give us some troops in just a moment. Help make that happen. We're even gonna dismiss 4 Orc Chiefs. Crazy, I know, but the 1 extra speed might actually make a difference here. Oh. Short little drop, we should be reconnected. That happens here in this. It's not the laptop in this instance. That's just too many people are trying to use the internet here, and there's only so much internet to go around. Whoops. Okay, on to a new day. We're gonna need all this movement points, aren't we? Let's actually do this. Let's move everybody but the 6-speed creatures. Everybody but the 6-speed creatures needs to go over there. That means we're going to dismiss halflings. That means that we're going to dismiss... Oh, that's it. That's 6. So that way tomorrow Aragon should be able to get from here, hopefully to here. That's my plan. That's my hope anyway. Okay. Let's see. I think it's easier with portals because you can just block them and use it to your own advantage. And the AI doesn't block them. That's so true. That's so true. And so actually I do have an unfair advantage, don't I? We originally thought that this map would be nearly impossible because the AI could use the liths and I couldn't. And now with the shoe on the other foot, that does change the complexity of this scenario, doesn't it? That's genius. I would be willing to try this map again for that reason. I think that would drastically change the map. I like where you're coming from. I like your thought process. Good thought process there. I'm all for it. Keon says, I'm trying to create my own map. It's fun and relaxing, but very difficult. Would be cool to see you play it someday if I finish it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing lots of different people's maps. I will be thrilled to play yours as soon as you deem that it's ready. And then let's see. So yeah, short drop, we're back. And then Avatar says, I'm agreeing with you, pointing to your comment. Sweet. And then yeah, unfortunately, those little drops do happen, and that does tend to kind of wreck everybody's thought process when they have to get back into the scenario. A group of sorceresses disguised as flimsy little helpless things gain the confidence of your royal treasury guard and pretty well lay waste to the royal treasury. The guard is so embarrassed by being outwitted by the women that half of them throw themselves from the ramparts and the other half become monks in a faraway monastery. Bros, it's not that big of a deal. Like it could happen to anybody. I'm pretty sure that sorceresses are magical, and so it doesn't hurt my feelings at all. You were hoodwinked by a powerful sorceress. And that's what I'm going to tell your families. But now I have to tell them that you all went to the monastery, because I'm not telling half of the family members what really happened. No, I'm not. So, picking up some freebies. No problem. And yeah, let's fight this fight. I don't love this, but we're going to make this fight work. We do need the gems. And we're actually going to split up these ogre lords. That'll be the very best thing for me. 6 goblins goes down, no problem. Logistics, absolutely. Plus on the gems. And then probably time that we actually fight lots of minotaurs. There is this dragon sword of Dominion for the +3. That's definitely going to be very, very much worth it for me. Okay, we should be ready to have Wilfrey go up and spend, it looks like 1,800 more gold is all that we have. But spend that gold. Looks like it's going to be on 1 Crusader. It's going to be 2 Crusaders after we trade. And then we're going to go through the list. We're going to see what we can find. 2 silver later. Off we go. Okay. So we have to trade. Can Jacqueline get around? She can. So Jacqueline's going to trade here. She's going to bring over the troops that we still need and want. Like so. And she's going to also go over here with Wilfrey. Like so. She's going to make that trade happen so that Aragon has the most possible movement points. And we're going to hope that Jacqueline can actually step on this lith again after Aragon goes through. Let's get lucky and let's pop up somewhere really, really nice. That is somewhere really, really nice. I am perfectly fine with this. The only problem is that we have seen green sorceresses around here. And that's a little scary because they look like they had phoenixes. But look, I've got Crusaders. I'm not going to be easy prey. We still have 6 attack skill. That's going to go an awful long way. Barbarians got seduced. Yeah, they did. And now let's see if I could roll initiative and maybe seduce these zombies into letting me in through the front gate. Nah, that sounds lame. Let's not do that. Okay, glorious victory. 500 extra experience. And most importantly, we have popped out and we have taken this castle. I'm a little bit surprised that there is no... Cloud Castle here. It is almost the end of month 1. It's almost the beginning of month 2. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Where did all the resources go for the wizards? It's possible, I suppose, that they've got this other town somewhere over here. I've got mine, the knights have got theirs, and maybe they actually build giants and titans in the other one? It's possible. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and find out. But we are gonna step on these stone liths, and Jacqueline is gonna hit spacebar until I'm satisfied. Ah, that's where Joe Josh went. Very interesting. The only good thing about this strategy is I can't do this for every single lith ever. Eventually I am gonna run out of heroes. So there's a little bit of recourse, but not a lot. Not a lot. Okay. Let's see, no other changes to make here. I think we are A-okay and on to a new day. I wonder if the events are different for each towns. I do believe they are. And here's how I know. When I was looking for which map to play today, I started off as the green sorceresses because I wanted to play either barbarians or sorceresses today. And I clicked through to the day 2, and there was a day 2 event. And it was very, very much different than the one that we got here for the barbarians. So I love the maps where the map designer took a lot of time to provide a varied experience and provide endless replayability for multiple maps. This map is going to be different depending on whether you play here, 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 or here, or here. And that's great. Good map design. It gets the thumbs up from FixFox. Absolutely. Back Wilfrey goes. Jacqueline is back asleep. And we're going to step out of the way 2 steps here. It's day 7. There's nothing really here, though. There's nothing really here that we can take. We do have Sir Gallant with basic wisdom. We do have Flint the Wizard, level 3 with logistics and pathfinding. What a nice pickup. We're going to pick up Flint, and he's going to go pick up that observation tower to the south. And hopefully this is going to tell us what we need to know about this wizard area. So many halflings. And then there's this wizard castle down the road. But plenty of guardians between us and them. +2/+2 for the spiked shield. I think that this is actually worth my time to go in this direction in a major way. In a big way. I don't want to use Wilfrey just as a doorstop here, but knowing that there's no, I don't know, knowing that there's no Titans coming here anytime soon makes me think that I need to run for Vertigo. I think that with the new patch, because we are on patch 1.1.2, I do believe that the new patch actually was focusing in part on not letting the Warlocks get stuck on the swamp. Oftentimes they'll get up to the swamp and then they'll just like struggle to get into dragons. I think that this newest patch actually did focus on getting the Warlocks a little bit better in their town development than they otherwise have been. So I don't want to lose this town, but it doesn't hurt my heart to carry on and see if we can find more stuff. We'll come back in just 1 second to that fight. Let's fight here and fight this fight just a little bit better. I mean, he was defending his castle with his 2 zombies. Yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal, was it? Let's see. And then that's an interesting role play lore. Little bit interesting. Ooh, 2 wizard castles, game winner there. I think that you're right. The biggest thing is that if the wizard castles have to be completely upgraded from scratch, I think it's going to take way too long for me to really invest in them in the best possible way. I worry about the length of time and the fact that my resources are probably dwindling. Ideally, the AI is going to upgrade those castles for me. There's no guarantee, but that would be my hope if I could possibly make that happen. Good morale on the Minotaurs. That's going to give them the initiative. We're going to use our goblins to deal with these Minotaur kings. These ogres are going to step up and fight them in just 1 second. And these Minotaurs are doing a good job of not forgetting to avoid bunching up these Cyclops. That was also another big point of emphasis for this patch. And especially actually in the future is my understanding actually. The AI is still working on taking into account unit special abilities, but my understanding is that that is the plan. That is going to be a point of emphasis in the future. This cost us more than 2 Cyclops, but I think I'd rather lose these units than any amount of Cyclops. We're going to take the Mysticism here. +1 spell power. Really very nice. As we pick up gold, and soon this Dragon Sword of Dominion. Wonderful. And then it's day 7. We're trying to be very, very smart with our lith movement, remember? We're stepping on, we're stepping off. Wherever I end up, I just want to end up somewhere where Joe Josh can't reach me. This feels good enough. This feels good enough. I'm going to stay here on these liths, so that way I can take this castle next turn. I think I can. I think it's close enough. I may be wrong. I think I can. And then that way, even if Joe Josh comes through, he is not going to pop out from behind me and take me, Ergon, out, and then we're not abusing the spacebar. Feels good. Sounds like a plan. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. True. Very, very heavy investment. Can you scout to collect resources in the treasure troves in and around the map to fund the upgrades for the castles? You know what? Do I have view resources actually? Let's check. I don't have a mage guild here. It's not here. I do have view resources, and we did purchase Flint the Wizard here. For the first time, folks, let's find a whole ton of resources. My word, look at all the resources still available. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Huh. Wow. There's a lot of resources here. The upper left corner and the bottom left corner, both are full of resources. Yeah, hidden island in the bottom left. I'm wondering if it's reachable by any of the liths. I don't know. But that is definitely hidden. Might be a good idea to head in that direction. Hold on to these wizard castles and then go from there. We could build a shipyard here in this wizard castle in the bottom left and then set sail. That'd probably be the most direct route to get there. And then with the resources, then you do absolutely upgrade your Titans. You hopefully upgrade dragons if you get them. But island and then island. Huh. That view resources actually does tell us quite a bit, doesn't it? I don't think that this is an island, but maybe it is. Maybe that's more beach area. tons of stuff here, but nobody can claim it just yet because the Guardians, we never have even touched this. I thought that this island of ours might just stop right about here. Very interesting to know that Crag Hack has a lot of room to run if only he can defeat some Guardians. A lot of resources taken out in these other maps. Maybe an island here, kind of like this. Maybe that's an island. Maybe that's a little, that's got to be a little island there. Huh. Maybe another hero in the boat would be a good idea. We do have a summon boat spell in the bottom right corner right here. So maybe we go and make that happen. We'll see. Okay, folks, here's the deal. We've got 5,000 gold. We're not going to purchase any of these troops. There's no troops to be had. Okay. There's 5 Cyclops here. Okay. There are a couple of cavalries and master swordsmen, and it's the final day of this month. In the event that we do run into Month of the Plague, I do feel like it's a good idea to believe you guys and purchase these troops. This is all I can afford though, and I don't want to really trade for resources right now. If this is Month of the Plague, I'm going to be very, very sad, but it is what it is. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ah, rats. Come on. Here I am trying to be all eccentric, climactic, thematic with my intern, and this is what happens. Come on. Blue player does go in, and they do force us to suffer a bitter defeat. This is purple, so they do have a barbarian that's taking some bone dragons along with them. I do want to see who this barbarian is, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to right-click on them to see what their attack and defense is. That is kind of information that I do want to have, though. Month of the Earthworm, as we pick up a couple of freebies here. Trying to stay away from the coasts. The coasts sound pretty loud in my ears. I hope that the sound mix is right. I messed with the sound mix. I forgot to record my settings, and so then I returned, and the ambient sounds were a little bit louder than I usually would prefer. I fear it's louder than I would prefer. There might be dragons here. We don't know. There's definitely no giants here. Okay. But you know where there is a 6th level creature? There's definitely bone dragons here. And so this is worth my time. This is not where I hoped to go. This is not where I planned to go, but this is where we're going to end up. Let's see if we can fight this fight any better. That's for keeping track of the days. I forgot to remind you. Thanks. Perfect. Appreciate it. And it was not Month of the Plague, by the way, which I'm all for. I don't think I have any useful spells here. We're going to head in this direction. Gonna go south. Although I'm gonna send the cavalries up. We're gonna get stuck here in the moat anyway. We're gonna hope that either somebody comes out to play, or we're gonna hope that the walls break in this direction. Goblins are gonna come out in just one moment. Let's actually, we kill vampires. We'll get vampires at the beginning of next turn. It'll be fine. Darn. Hope that the goblins could actually let us into the drawbridge. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case. Pikemen can kill the one goblin there. Let's see if the rangers can defeat these orcs, and then let's hope that we can just take this retaliation here and maybe there, and then get out of this scenario as quickly as possible. Out of this battle as quickly as possible. It still was 2-1. I did not fight that fight any better. There are our bone dragons here. Month 2, week 1, day 1. Perfect. Okay, so ultimately, I'm happy with the way that this decision-making went. There's Sabu, who we did have to fight once, but he doesn't have enough levels to him to really matter. It looks like Ariel the Sorceress has been hired before. Shield, Bless, Cure, Dispel Magic. Did we fight her once? I don't recall. But she's not too bad of a hero. Sabu does have a spell book. Let's see what he has. Somebody's got Magic Arrow and Stone Skin. That's not a mage guild that I've been to just yet, though. And then Aragon still does not have wisdom, but we are going to pick up this level 2 mage guild now. I don't want to lose this mage guild or this castle if I can possibly help it. Lightning Bolt, Death Ripple, Disrupting Ray. Sounds pretty good. We're going to take it, and we're actually going to move out of the way so I can send another hero out. Oops. Oh. We're going to send another hero out just so I can... scout with that observation tower. Luna, it's pretty scary. I think Flint can step off and step on one more time, and let's see if it takes the same wear special. Yikes. Whoops. Run! I would really like to keep him if I could. As you are walking along a narrow path, a nearby bush suddenly bursts into flames. Before your eyes, the flames become the image of a beautiful woman. Is this the sorceress that was seducing my troops the other day? She holds out a magnificent sword to you. Is that how she seduced them last time? That would actually work on a barbarian. Oh, I bring you gifts of +3 attack. And the barbarian's like, hubba hubba, awooga, and just completely lets down their guard. This might be a trap. We're going to accept it and hope it's not. Lots of gargoyles. We can still fight these fights, and we should, because we know that there's a lot of terrain up to the north. No need to fight that fight. The orcs are not our primary unit. So, everything else, it looks like it's staying put, except I do think it's time for me to let go of Wilfrey. For the first time in this scenario, we're going to purchase... watch this. I'm using my scroll wheel, which I learned is a thing now. We're going to purchase 1 peasant for 20 gold, and it's unfortunately going to be Wilfrey that gets dismissed. Wilfrey, my friend, you were in the wrong place, the wrong time. And let's make it Sabu. As a scout, I think Sabu's best. He's going to pick up these spells, and then he can... travel in cracked earth and things like that. Let's see. Whoop whoop, bone dragons and the awooga. Yeah, those old-timey... what is it? The Tom and Jerry cartoons? Those ones had a couple of really good sound effects in them. I also do appreciate... oh, who did the voice for Bugs Bunny? Was it Mel Blanc? I think it was Mel somebody. There were some really talented voice actors back in the day, and they just did some really terrific stuff. So, anywho, nice stuff. We're not going to step on these stone liths. We just don't have the time. Maybe this witch's hut is the wisdom that somebody else got. Was Sabu? No. There was a hero we saw that had wisdom that we didn't expect to have. But I think that there's a witch's hut out there that does have wisdom. We just have to find it. Let's take these freebies. Let's secure this area, and we'll go from there. Oh, we do need a check, though, by the way. No dragons yet. Let's check on the beginning of this upcoming week and see what we got. Let's see. Is that how they sound in the bed? Who can say? Who can say? Orange player's been vanquished. Folks, we have now lost our second enemy in this scenario. Flint is going to abandon our cause. We can't save him. Well, no, we got 6-speed boars. They're going to be faster than any of the necromancer creatures in this case. We are going to... Stone Skin and run. Why Stone Skin? Wow. Felt like the thing to do. But as we contribute resources to the magicians to aid their research on the means of closing the list down, and it costs us dearly, nasty remarks and ribald comments are beginning to surface about the Crown's mighty dragon. You decide to have the Thieves Guild use their charm to silence these disrespectful jibes. Damn, these thieves are expensive. 2,000 gold, my word. The Thieves Guild reports that agents abroad witnessed a pink magpie contract the making of a harness from the Knight's Royal Armory. You have no clue what the courier turned magpie would want with a harness. Your court magicians and philosophers cannot shed any light on the matter either. This is a story that we must track with great interest. Ooh, I'm excited to see where this goes. I just realized if I need to get rid of somebody, Finneous can also be gotten rid of. He's good, not great. We do have Astra, and there you have it, folks. There you have it. Phoenix and green dragons. There are dragons, green and black. We went through the liths and we picked the wrong horse. We bet on the wrong horse, folks. We went here a week ago. We should have been here. We should have been here. Should have been here. We do have, as we get to Aragon, we do have these forces that are pretty meager at this moment. If I bring in some of these necromancer troops, we're going to take a huge hit to our morale. We don't have any morale artifacts. We don't have leadership. I don't know how much better 3 Bone Dragons makes our fighting force at this point. It's definitely way better than the veteran pikemen. We're going to do that, but it's time for us to consolidate our forces. If we go into this Towns and Castles tab here, you can see that we've got 4 Cyclops available, 4 Crusaders, and 3 Bone Dragons, not to mention 15 Trolls, 10 of the Cavaliers. we've got forces. We just need to pull together a cohesive fighting force, and I think that we can definitely take Alomar with a few black dragons. Yeah, I think so. Bone dragons are flying, totally. They're totally flying, and we're totally going to take them. Here's the question, and I think that this is an important question as we spend what little gold we have and then pick up some other freebies. Do we fight this fight, or do we go around and either go for sorceresses or warlocks? I think that fighting this fight is brave, but ultimately not in our best interests. I think that it's best to go around, take the troops, and then just go around. And I think that that'll work okay for us too. I think we're going to do fine with that. So let's avoid fighting. Live today, fight tomorrow. Not even sure if you can clear this fight. I agree with you. We don't have any intel. We have no idea what the stats are. We don't know, Laforme, what the plan would even look like in that fight. So yeah, discretion is definitely the better part of valor here with Astra. I had said that we wanted to keep this mage guild. Whoops, my bad. We do have enough to get this one other bone dragon. 68 ore. We've got 3 castles with marketplaces. Let's trade half of that ore. Let's trade a little bit of the wood. And maybe left turret, right turret, and emote. Let's leave the rest of the troops here, just so that way they have to be defeated. It'll give over some extra experience to this enemy, but we may force them to take some losses. I don't know if I really care about keeping any of these troops away. They're so expensive. Not when I have Crusaders to purchase. No, these forces are going to be enough. It's not going to be a lot, but it'll be enough. So Sabu's going to pull on over here. Pikemen are going to stay behind. Over there. And then Sabu is going to... He's not going to get away, is he? He does have a spell book. He can cast the lightning bolt. He can add some attack skill, some defense skill. Sabu's going to stay. But Aragon is going to bow out gracefully. Peace out. Bone dragons are flying. You have no flyers? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was the first part of the comment. I missed that. My apologies. But yeah, bone dragons do add a lot of dynamic to our fighting force here. I think that these forces are probably good enough that it doesn't hurt my heart to fight them. And there's a chance that... There's a chance we're not going to get accosted by another green enemy coming out of these liths. 900 experience, that feels okay. And it's a glorious victory, so there's no need to fight this. +1 defense. Why is the enemy not running? It feels like the enemy definitely should have run in that fight. Certainly they should have. Basic scouting for +1 versus the mysticism. There's a lot of map left to be explored. I don't really want the mysticism. I mean, it's good, but I think that the scouting still could be more valuable here anyway. Here's some phoenixes maybe. Yeah, I'm worried. Well, since this castle is full of troops, they're probably not going to purchase Phoenix. I don't think that the AI is smart enough to dismiss troops. What they might do is they might purchase a new hero here, and then they can pull 10 total stacks of creatures into a fight. They can do that, but yeah, I think for now we're just going to head in this direction. Vitania has to go all the way around. She's not going to get in. Yeah, there's a chance that we pick up 3 phoenixes here. 3 bone dragons, 3 phoenixes. Our morale is going to be shot, but I think we're going to be ultimately okay. We're getting stronger, folks. We're getting stronger. But green is beastly at this point, and there's many concerns here. Let's go on to day 3. Thankfully, blue looks like they've just defeated those enemies that were connecting these 2 castles here. And so maybe blue fights this green sorceress. Let's see what she has. What's the story, Wishbone? Astra, 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge. We haven't seen a lot of terribly difficult heroes just yet. Alomar is still an unknown, but we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. I think this fight's probably going to be over in 1 turn anyway. Let's just cast the lightning bolt. Do we assume... Oh, these are... Phoenixes are immune to elemental spells. That's true. Let's just elemental storm, or rather lightning bolt these sprites. And then let's just hit Q. So Phoenix's sprites, we couldn't have done better than that. That was about as good as we could have done. Because the dragons were going to fly over anyway, and then the Phoenixes were going to go with their 7 speed at the beginning of next turn. So 1 Phoenix down is good. I agree. That's 1,500 gold if nothing else. How did I miss these? Look at these treasure chests. I totally missed these. That became a Final Fantasy reference. Oh, Phoenix down? I'm vaguely aware that that is a reference to Final Fantasy. I never got into Final Fantasy. I think that it was a console game, wasn't it? Look. Look at this. You have to beat some foes, but look at this. That is interesting. 3 genie lamps. That's potentially, let's just say conservatively that that's 9 genies. 3, 3, and 3. It could be as little as 6. It could be as little as, 3, but we're going to think about that. And it looks like Green did not pull their forces up here. But yeah, I never had a console game growing up. And so I never really did get into any games that required a console. And so a lot of the games I played were strategy, turn-based games. I remember when we first started playing, it would have been Shogun Total War, and that just blew my mind. It was one of the coolest things ever. I was like tugging at my dad's arm, just like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing ever. And I still to this day believe that it was. I have no regrets about that belief. I think that a blind here feels good, don't you? If the AI is going to cure or dispel, let them do so. But for now, it's going to save me a little bit of damage, all the same. Bone Dragons, I think at this point we're going to lose 1. We're going to save the time. 1,000 experience, we're going to call that good. And we do find the Phoenixes, but alas, they are gone. We've got an opportunity here that I cannot ignore. And here's the opportunity, folks. We have 2 slots open for different heroes to be purchased. We're going to purchase Flint here, and Flint's job is going to be to run up here to the observation tower because there's no guarantee he's going to die over here. I'm wondering if I should run another hero up here and just make Vitania waste her time. I think I will. It's going to be, in this case, Vesper's pretty good. It's going to be Ariel, so that way we don't lose somebody good. And we're going to hope that she can reach. She can. And we're just going to try and make her sit and block the door. Fix Fox, you're using spacebar. Yeah, I meant more for like my primary hero. I say that, and then I realize immediately that that's a really silly rule if that's the way we're going to play this thing. Okay, we're not going to do that anymore. I'm sorry. Let's see. Fix Fox, Final Fantasy has so much love. Yeah, I should get into it. I really should. But have I missed the boat? Is it too late? It's a really good game, but is it too late? Have I missed my chance to truly enjoy one of the greatest games of all time? Let me know. In the Secession War mod, Dimension Door can only be cast 1 time per round with Expert Wisdom. If you don't have the elemental expertise, not sure which elemental spell that is. That's such a smart play. It does make Dimension Door viable in a way that is just simply not for us. We're going to accept these losses. Because, as we've seen before, Fix Fox doesn't use Dimension Door because it can get very, very squirrely. And so, I'm with you 100% on that. Call that one of the best changes for the Secession Wars mod. And then let's see what happens here before I turn my attention back to chat. We didn't have any threats coming our way, which is great. And then let's see, sounds like boss childhood to play with your dad. Yeah, my dad's pretty great. My dad's awesome. Super happy about my dad. I could have gone to some real bad characters in my life, but nope. I got my dad, and I love my dad, so I'm all for it. We are going to be able to track down Vitania. She went somewhere. There she is. And I am going to take the time with Aragon to go out of my way. We're basically safe. We're mostly fine. She's got some dwarves, and they're going to die anyway. The AI is not running. Folks, this is... We've played on this patch a little bit in the past, but I'm really noticing that the AI is not running when they should. Maybe they don't have artifacts to run away with. Maybe they just don't care. But I am surprised. I'm very surprised. I thought that the AI... I've seen the AI in the past do a better job of staying away from me, if for no other reason than simply that I lose experience when they run, right? Very interesting. Might be a change that's been made with this new patch, and I'm just kind of now getting into some of the differences. Huh. Very strange. Okay. Finneous is going to run back, pull some troops up, and it's, as we mentioned before, time to consolidate. Time to bring our forces to bear. It's day 4. Let's do our very, very best to go defeat Alamar. Let's check out our Thieves Guild here. It is not Alamar that is Green's toughest hero. Currently, it's Joe Josh. If we see Joe Josh, we need to be a little bit careful of him. And then there's about 100 installments of Final Fantasy. Yes, I have heard that too. Yeah, it's weird because it's Final Fantasy, but the Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 1 out of 10 billion. But yeah, 16 base game, that sounds right. Take all the chests, XP. We have 20,000 gold. I think we're going to find that the gold is actually going to be useful. If at any point we run out of gold in the future, I think that we're going to be happy that we didn't take the experience, especially because it's for Finneous. I don't really care about Finneous. For Aragon, sure, I definitely care. But Finneous, I don't really care. 600 experience. I do want this crystal mine, and I am going to consider these ghosts in just 1 second. We're going to take... Oh, geez. We're running out of spots for wisdom. We're going to take the expert archery. We're going to take the luck. I like luck so much on a barbarian. Because you get a multiplicative damage. You get ×2 damage for a barbarian's already high attack skill bonus damage. And you can't miss out on that. It's one of the best cases of having some good stats and some good damage all of a sudden get wildly out of control. And I'm 100% here for it. Crag Hack, by the way, is quietly getting really good. Have you noticed? He's just a secondary hero, but he's cleaning out all this free extra stuff. Crag Hack is quietly getting to be quite a nice hero. We're going to pick up the 1,000 gold here and some freebies in the meantime. And I am really looking forward, as I did go to the corner one more time, I am looking forward to getting our very first Obelisk, Dragon City. That's big. Because once we do get an Obelisk, we're going to be able to see about how many Obelisks there are in the map. I'm guessing that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, maybe 8. We'll see. We'll see how useful that information will be. Finneous is getting ready to bring troops to the front. We may hire another hero here in Westmore. We're going to see who it is in just a moment, and then we'll go from there. Weird finality. This is the final we promise. Then next year, was talking about the chest on Crag spot. Oh, so Crag Hack should start to take the experience. So, you know what? And we've mentioned he's turning into a sneaky good hero. I mean, he's level 5 now. He's just as good or better. No, level 9, but he's being built in a good way. We've got 2 good heroes. Got 2 good heroes. It may turn into this. Whichever one of these heroes gets wisdom is probably going to be our main hero. Even if it's Crag Hack, he's probably going to be the main hero at that point. So I think that you're right. I think that we do have enough gold. That's a lot of experience. Okay, I'm 100% on board with you. My apologies. If it felt like I was dismissive, I'm sorry. My bad. I think that you're totally right about that. Getting the experience here, I think that is the play. So good call. Good call, Laforme. Appreciate that. Let's see. Defended, defended, defended. And you would think that with 3 castles that I would feel pretty confident in my ability to win this scenario. But the problem is it's barbarians, knights, and sorceresses. And so I'm not. I really need more than just that to really make these scenarios be a win for me. The sorceresses go a long way towards helping, but there's a lot more to be had here. XP could be good now since we got the income. We do have a couple of gold mines, that's for sure. Get Crag Hack the wisdom. If I can possibly get him wisdom, I am definitely going to do so. This sign says, in memory of AOL. It's dead, Jim. It's dead, Jim. That's a reference to Star Trek, I do believe. Yeah, that's Star Trek. And then, of course, AOL. America Online was the original browser that people used to use in my neck of the woods anyway. I don't know if that was a nationwide thing. I'm guessing probably not because it was America Online, but still. That was the early web browser that made a big impact on the United States anyway. You come upon an obelisk made from a type of stone you have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly, you copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it appeared. And so we're getting 4 puzzle pieces per. This is the wizard castle. This has to be. Look at this cracked earth. We're going to immediately go over here, and this road, that little turret there, folks, I think that we just found what we're looking for here. I think that this little notch in the road and the proximity here, I think that tells me everything I need to know. And if I line up that one castle turret right here with this road, yep, Laforme agrees. So somewhere right about here, that's going to be the ultimate artifact, maybe just off the road, somewhere in this area around this rock. That actually makes Black Fang a little bit more attractive as a destination as well, I believe. If it comes down to it, if we're unable to stop these Titans, if this is too big of a force for us to go through, maybe we sell out, we steal Black Fang, we get the Titans, we get Giants Titans, and then we simply start to dig for the artifact, we find the Great Equalizer, and then we use our newfound power of friendship to then wipe green off the face of the map. That's actually an incredibly viable strategy. And so that first obelisk, that told us everything we need to know. One obelisk, and we have found the ultimate artifact, and our prospects of winning this scenario have gone way, way up. AOL was not in Sweden, okay, but it was pre-installed with Windows, so we didn't know what to do with it. That's hilarious, actually. That's the problem with Americans. You know, Americans are so much thinking that they are the very center of the universe, and Americans are really not. Come on, Americans. Be smart and think about the rest of the world for a change. Just one time, America. Okay, we're starting it. This is going to be 1,000 experience here. We're going to take the leadership because leadership is so very good. 2 slots left. We're going to take the gold here. 1,000 gold or 500 experience. One feels better to me than the other. I think that the archery is best here. There is swamp though. There is swamp. We don't have many ranged creatures just yet for sure. Let's take the pathfinding for now. And then tomorrow we're going to find out a little bit more. Second obelisk here. Doesn't really tell us anything we didn't already know, which is just fine. I will defeat the Horde of Rangers because they're free experience. 500 more. You meet an old wizard friend of yours traveling in the opposite direction. He presents you with a gift, a wand that prevents the use of the Dispel magic spell on your allies. I don't think I actually want that. It's the only... No, I do have a cure. If I didn't have the cure, I would actually hate that because I need the functionality from the Dispel magic. If I ate a blind or if I ate a really bad slow, I would need a way to get rid of that. But what this means is that all buffing spells, like Steel Skin, like, I don't know, Haste, like Bless, those don't go away. Did I already say Bless twice? The point is that it will prevent my positive spells from getting taken off of me. So I guess that is worthwhile. But it would have been bad if I didn't have the cure. The cure makes it a good spell. Oh, look at this, folks. They messed up. I don't think I was supposed to land here. I think that they tried to make it so you couldn't land here, and I think that I have found a glitch. Your playtesters have failed you. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, FixFox, for the humility. No, I do try and be conscientious. I'm not just naturally conscientious, but I do try to be. So I appreciate that too. Thanks for the props. Thank you. Let's see. We are gearing up, folks. We did pick up the War Trolls. I said we probably wouldn't, but with all this gold and this being where our fighting force is at the moment, let's do this. We picked up everybody but all of the Ogre Lords. Look at that, we're out of gold. I did say that might have happened, and it has. Amazing how quickly all that gold goes out the window. We are going to set off for Black Fang, and we're going to see how far we can get. We're going to see where this goes. Crag Hack is going to finish cleaning up this area, and then he's going to set off, but maybe we can get cheeky. Maybe we can steal this, and then we can move on for another day. In fact, we said we weren't going to do the spacebar move anymore, so Jezebel isn't going to take the slow troops and leave 6-speed creatures, because we could do that, and we could make sure that we have full movement points tomorrow. We're not going to do that, just because it does feel pretty scummy, so we're not going to do that. But where's the opening if it's not this spot? In before you trigger a dragon attack event. You're telling me, Laforme, that the map designer saw me coming? They knew that FixFox would see an opportunity and think, aha, mwahahaha. And then he set a trap for me? It's quite possible. That's quite possible. We're going to have to wait and see on that in just 1 second. In Sweden, we have something called, I don't know how to say that, but it's the law of Jante, which connotes to humility, that no one should think themselves better than anyone else. It was a strong moral law back about 100 years ago, not so much nowadays, but the spirit of it lingers. I love that. And I tell you what, this might be a little bit of an overshare, but maybe not. And I've said it before on the channel, so this shouldn't be, if you go back far enough, you'll find this video, and you'll find me talking about this a little bit. As purple takes over the Warlock Castle, very interesting. But I used to think that I was an amazing person. Back when I was a young person, I was this weird mix of having low self-esteem, but also thinking very highly of myself. Not quite like illusions of grandeur, but I thought an awful lot about myself. All of that changed when I started working with individuals that were involved in the criminal justice system as a probation officer. And the reason that I stopped thinking so highly of myself is not because, like, it's not for any other reason than I realized that I could just as easily be in a lot of these people's shoes. You know, 1 or 2 bad decisions, a couple of bad breaks. I mentioned I'm grateful that I have my dad. I'm adopted. I could have had my situation be incredibly different. Why am I any better than somebody else just because I had more advantages than they did? And so I thought less of myself, not because I was humbled necessarily, but because I realized the value of other people matters even more. And then life just has a way of dragging down some really strong, good people. And all the more reason why we should help people up when we're having a rough time. So it was that approach of nobody's better than anybody, I sincerely appreciate, because it could be any of us. It really could be. And I'm glad it's not. I'm glad we're here. I'm glad that things are going well for us that are, and I hope that we reach out to those that are struggling as soon as we possibly can. The Thieves Guild reports that agents abroad have witnessed the Pink Magpie approach one of the wizard's minions. Gold was exchanged, and now the Pink Magpie is the size of a rock. You're getting bigger? You still don't have a clue, but you're starting to have a bad feeling about the whole thing. The Pink Magpie went to the wizard minions. They gave them gold, and now the magpie is the size of a rock. I'm very excited to see where this story goes. Okay, so the magpie, the raven, the crow is big. Interesting. Please don't be dragons. Please don't be dragons. No dragons. Lots of freebies, though. We'll take that. And then Jezebel's going to take one step out of the way. Her job as a doorstop is over for now anyway. And it's going to be Finneous that sees if he can strike a blow for the good of all FixFoxians everywhere that we might be. Nope. That's a big nope. Nope, 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 nope. That's also a nope. Okay, that's fine. Dimitri, Natasha, this is fine. This is A-okay. We can defeat all these forces. I think that the plan is to stay here. These forces don't worry me, and if it's just Magi or Arc Magi, I'll deal with it. That's no problem. I don't want anybody to come in behind me. We have to secure this location. We may even trade the Knight faction at this point. Maybe we trade the Barbarians? No, we can't betray our Barbarian heritage. We're going to keep the Barbarians, but we will probably let go of Westmore or maybe Brownston. I don't know. We'll wait and see. No troops to purchase here. It's day 7. It's not going to be a month of the plague. We're not going to worry about that in 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, that would be extremely funny if the dragons just popped out of nowhere. Bit of Swedish trivia. You are great, Fix Fox, not because you think so, but because I say so. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And really, the best thing is that Heroes of Might and Magic is so cool because it brings so many wonderful people together. And I really mean it when I say that I'm grateful to be a part of this community. Because really, I've got to talk to and talk with and meet a lot of really wonderful people. And I'm grateful for all the time that I've gotten to spend here. So the pleasure's mine. And I appreciate everybody. There's a lot of really quality individuals here. We got one more slot. Crag Hack has one more slot to get the wisdom. This is your chance to shine, buddy. Believe in you. And there is a treasure chest there. We're going to clear in this direction. Probably going through swordsmen over water elementals. Jacqueline does have to come back. No. Oh, we said we weren't going to do that. Never mind. Stepping here, stepping here. By the way, perfect. Can you all hear like a pounding sound in the background? If you can, if you're hearing little thumps, what that is there's roofers who are doing work on this building. And I don't know how long they're going to be doing the work for, but they seem very enthusiastic about their job. And they're doing a terrific job of hammering away. And I'm pretty impressed with all the work that they're doing. I moved in this direction like I was going to go for this main area. I think that since we've secured this with no issue, we're actually going to spend the time to go north to take out this +3 for defense and bring some of these other nice bonuses to our forces. Month 2, and that is the end of week 1. Blue player's hanging around. What can I say? Blue player has all of these peripheral sort of towns and castles. They're not doing a lot as far as being competitive in the game, but they're doing a good job of being annoying. Like a really good job of being annoying. Even though Finneous is only a level 1 barbarian, we should take this fight, no problems. 1, Cyclops. The enemy has surrendered. Wonderful. We're going to fight this fight. Because we're going to see if we can keep this coward from running. We did that forever ago. We are 2.5 hours into this playthrough. We probably did this closed formation. It was probably one of the first fights that we ever took. Yeah. That happened over 2 hours ago, I think. Wolves are just going to go into a preparatory step. We're going to take tons and tons of damage. 1 of the Cyclops goes down. 4s are saying hello. Do we kill all 18 halflings? We do. I think we're just going to kill halflings where we can and these ranged creatures. Skeletons and golems are going to come out to play unless the enemy does just run. So Finneous does pick up another level. That's going to be +1 on the leadership, which is very nice. And we could pick up the Cloud Castle, do we? That is the plan. That is the plan. Let me just check to see real quick. We do need another hero. And so it might be, unfortunately, Finneous that gets erased. It's not going to be Halon. Halon's been with us since the beginning. He's done a lot of good things for us. We're just going to have to wait and see, but somebody's going to have to get dismissed. Visiting a local wise man, you explain the intent of your journey. He reaches into a sack and withdraws a yellowed scroll and hands it to you. +3 to knowledge. That feels wonderful. And back into the boat. These resources I don't think I really need. I think I'd prefer to pick up this stuff and then land so that way I can dig. Halon is going to be a digger. All of his troops are going to put their backs to the wheel and move along. We've got to park a hero on these stone lists. We have to. We just have to. Let's see. Just so nice, I guess, that many of us find each other through this game we played as younglings, and that we now, via the internet, can connect around the world. What a time to live. Totally. Could not agree more with you. Cloud Castle. Yes, Cloud Castle, absolutely. We do need the Cloud Castle. Rather than move in, though, I think I mentioned I want to purchase another hero to send over to these lists. I think it's Jacqueline's, or excuse me, Jezebel's time to go. Yeah, I think it's Jezebel's time to be done. And we're just gonna let this barbarian town go. Be Jacqueline, not Crag Hack. Keep. It's Flint. It's so bad. Flint is a good hero with logistics and pathfinding. I don't want to lose him, but we've got to park a hero right here. Maybe we do a little bit of a shuffle. Maybe we see if we get really, really lucky. That's not it. That's it. Perfect. We got so very lucky. And then Flint has to step through and hope he can come back here. Thankfully, there's less liths now active than ever before, and so we are not just getting lucky, we have stacked the deck in our favor, and that feels pretty okay. We're starting to lose some forces. Crag Hack has been very cavalier with losing a Cyclops here, or a couple of ogres here, or what have you. It's caught up to us. It is absolutely caught up to us. Let's see if we can actually defend him. Let's let these ogres do some fun stuff. And let's just see how well this can go. Losing ogres over Cyclops feels good. So let's do that. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that was absolutely perfect. And so now the Cloud Castle will be a purchase today. I could wait until the end of this week. And maybe I should, just in case plans change. I think we've all seen plans change in Heroes of Might and Magic on a dime. And so I would like to be a little bit careful with the way that we approach this final fight. No Cyclops lost. That feels excellent. We're going to take the ballistics. Gold. Here. Here. Oh, I don't want to fight for that last treasure chest. I don't want to fight water elementals. We'll fight swordsmen. We're going to lose the one Cyclops. We're going to take the gold. No, we wanted the experience. No. I clicked way too fast. But now Crag Hack. It's time. I need all my forces to the front. It's time to move things right along. But we've got blocks in all of our key critical spots. We've got opportunities everywhere that we need them. And now, since this all just happened, we're going to step in, we're going to pick up our Cloud Castle. And folks, that is unfortunately going to have to be it for the day. I'm not ending because my blood sugar is running low. I'm not ending because, so we just had a devastating loss. We are ending today because I am taking my kid to a fall carnival, and there's a bounce house there, and I would really hate to disappoint my sweet little kid and take any amount of time away from something that he has been very, very much looking forward to doing. Let's get everybody caught up and on the same page with what we have going on in this playthrough of Sudden Siege. So remember, this is of course a 6-player map. This is extra large, and we started off as the barbarians here in the desert. Call it in the 3 o'clock position, maybe the 4 o'clock position. And as you can see, there are tons of resources that are everywhere. We have not been able to really get out and take advantages such as free resources, things like +1s from mercenary camps. There's even a trunk of gold here for 750 gold. And we just haven't been able to get to it. There's been too many priorities on our time, in large part because every single castle on this map, as far as I'm aware, there's only 6. Each of them has a lith sitting right behind their castle, making it very, very difficult to leave without fear of being attacked. And so, as the barbarians on an XL map, we said, look, we need to fight now as soon as we possibly can. We need to make sure that we use our early game advantage to go forth and win. And so we charged through those liths, and first we took this, what was the Red Knight's castle. We have since kept at that for a good measure of our time. They still hold this little castle over here. We have traded back this Sorceress Castle at one point. At one point we had the Green Necromancer Castle. We have just recently taken the Wizard's Holding again. We have never yet touched Vertigo, the Warlock purple castle in the upper right hand corner. So there's still much to be done. But one major strategy point that I have to convey to you is this: we have a lot of information as far as where this ultimate artifact is. And this is a wizard castle. As far as I'm aware, there's only 1 or 2 on the map. And we have determined that this road and this tower, this turret on the left-hand side, this does in fact match up. And so our plan is to hold on to this wizard castle, bring Titans to bear, and ultimately we're going to dig for the ultimate artifact. Let's call it right about here in this general area. So that's the plan, folks. Get Titans, get the ultimate artifact, and stay alive. Until that time, let's hope for the very, very best, and let's go from month 2, week 2, day 1, on to day 2. Looks like blue is mixing it up with green there. And the more that green and blue fight, the better it is for us. There's not a lot of players left. There is, oh my goodness, purple is charging through this lith at us, not with a lot of forces, but I mean, the fact that there is a way from me to them, only guarded by some Medusa, that gives me a lot of concerns there. I don't think that we can stop this lith as well, and Carlon looks very, very angry with these several green dragons. We do have Cyclops that are slowly accruing. We also do have the Crusaders. They don't really hold up to dragons though. I'm a little bit concerned about that. The Phoenixes acquit themselves quite nicely. And then we've just recently picked up Giants. Hopefully soon that will be Titans. But I am several weeks behind on this scenario. And we know that there's green dragons. I think that we've seen black dragons somewhere up here. Yeah, black dragons up here, bone dragons. This is going to be a little bit hairy. I don't feel too bad about going forth and just picking up free experience here. Finneous is only a level 2 hero. He's not my primary hero, but he should do just fine. A glorious victory, 574 free experience. We're not going to fight that fight because there was no need to. We finished the battle. In this case, though, we are going to fight this fight. No losses, but we still want to fight just so we can maybe prevent this enemy from running. Maybe they've got some nice artifacts. This is going to be Tyro the Knight. 3 attack, 2 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge, normal luck, normal morale. Finneous the Barbarian, 3 attack, 2 defense, 1, 1, and 1. I don't even know if we have a spell book. We don't even have a spell book. So we need to make that happen. Steeson says, bring on the Phoenixes. I agree with you, sir. Cannot complain about that at all. Given that we're going to have to try and get lucky to prevent this enemy from running, I think I'm actually going to do something crazy. I'm going to skip on the War Trolls, and I'm going to hope that I get a nice double hex attack off with my Cyclops. If I can kill 2 full groups of units with them, I'm going to be feeling pretty good. I'm not even going to get the chance. I will not even get the chance. The AI is too smart for me. They know. They say, Pixfox, I've seen your tricks, and we will not fall prey to them. Zom here as the Purple Necromancer. I am going to consider hiring another hero just to go and track him down. The problem is that we have 1 hero, 2 heroes, 3 heroes, and 4 heroes devoted to just standing on the lifts to prevent aggression from the enemies. And so I don't really have a lot of free movement. Halon is going to be sailing north. He's here in this bottom left corner of the map, and he's not too far away to help me dig for the ultimate artifact. So I'm not going to dismiss him. I'm going to let him come up himself. He's going to take a couple of turns, but he'll pay for himself as he picks up Flotsam and stuff. But then the question is, well, who else do you even get rid of? Finneous is actually one of my worst heroes, being level 2. He does have the leadership. That's not too bad, but he's barely got 2,000 experience points. Halon's kind of a nobody. They picked up some freebies. Jezebel's a door. Let's see. Aragon, though. Aragon and Crag Hack have a little bit of a contest going here. One of them is going to be my main hero. I'm not too sure which one. Level 9 Barbarian with 9, 3, 1, and 2. And pretty okay stats. We've determined that whoever gets Basic Wisdom first is going to be the main hero. And so Crag Hack has 1 more spot. He's 1 more level up. If it's Crag Hack, great. He's built fairly well. I really just need to make sure that we get the Wisdom on whoever we can possibly get. Steeson says, challenge request. Halloween theme perhaps. Game rule. Never bring more than 1 creature from any faction. Never bring more than 1 creature from any faction. So it has to be, oh, what do we call that? A morale party where our morale is absolutely terrible. Is that the plan? That's not a bad plan at all. You've come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. That's +1 to our attack. Yeah, if we have to bring an army to bear that is mixed of at least 5 different types of forces, we better have leadership. Otherwise, we're really in trouble. I like that idea, though. I think that's a great idea, Steeson. I will definitely... You know what? I will plan on making that happen. If you will please remember, make me a little bit of a note in the Fixed Fox Discord, just in case I forget, in the requests section, so that way I can keep track of that. I'd really appreciate that. Otherwise, I'll do my best to remember. A gang of rogues is sifting through the possessions of dead warriors, scaring off the scavengers. You note that the rogues had overlooked a beautiful breastplate. That's going to be +3 defense. We're going to pick up 1,000 gold, and I don't see any reason why I shouldn't go through these hordes of nomads. Although this isn't that big of an army, tell you what, simply for a little bit of treasure, which actually I can steal from behind them, we're going to do that instead. Oh no! Okay, we are down to only 1 slot available. We must take either the Eagle Eye or the Basic Estates here. I think we're going to take Eagle Eye. Sounds crazy, but we're going to take Eagle Eye. This late into the game, I don't think that the effect from the estates is going to be as valuable as I would have liked. Steeson says, oh yeah, and try to trigger bad luck. So if I see, say, a pyramid, I have to go to the pyramid and go back to it to get the -2 luck. I like that idea. I really do like that idea. Just play with as few advantages as possible. I wish that there was an artifact that would actually reduce luck. Kind of like how we have the Fizbin of Misfortune that will reduce your morale. I do think it'd be nifty to have an artifact that reduces your luck. A cursed artifact, a cursed item. I think that that could be very interesting, because how often do you see, and I know the answer to this, how often do you actually see negative luck happen? It's pretty infrequently. It's not that often. So I would like to see that happen just a little bit more. Maybe a cursed artifact is the way to make that happen. With 4 castles with marketplaces, we are going to trade to get this one Titan. If this one Titan loses to Zom, I'm going to feel really, really silly. I'm going to assume that we won't, and we are going to see if we can get this crystal. We're more or less just trying to stay on top of our possibilities here. If Karlan charges through, which she might, then we are going to be in a little bit of a rough spot. We have to hold on to these Titans. And let's go on to a new day. No, she runs away. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Never ever see it happen? Yes, Decent, you're totally right. You never ever see it happen. It's so little of a factor that we don't even really talk about it. It just doesn't factor into our plans pretty much ever. So, worth noting here, as we do pick up the basic logistics and +1 defense for Finneous. Good for him. We are going to have to keep an eye on not just one set of liths, but 2. These are like the kind of pointy liths that are all behind these castles. And then these Corinthian style pillar liths, these all go to the secondary castle on any land. If we are close enough here to be able to charge through and step on these liths, and then Halon can come in the rear and then help us still dig for the artifact and still get some advantages. And if we can just secure this continent from anything but aggression from the ocean, that might be the very best play for us. And so we got some support coming up. Let's see if someone comes back through these liths to try and deal with Finneous. I sure hope not. Let's see. I'm really grateful, by the way. Was it Borisur? Borisur? I am so sorry. I'm totally butchering your name. I sincerely apologize. I am grateful that you're here. It's been a long time of trying to get compelling gameplay on the board, and I officially can tell you that I'm starting to feel fairly comfortable on Twitch. I've been doing the YouTube videos for quite some time, and I'm grateful that that catalog is big enough to the point where I think that if you're bored one day, you've always got something to watch there. But my hope is that at this point on Twitch, that people are satisfied that this is going well for them. It's worth your time on a wonderful Saturday, because the alternative is that I'm boring, and that doesn't sit well with me. We would always prefer to be engaging in whatever way possible, because I don't like to be bored. I assume that you don't like to be bored. Why would you? And so we're gonna do our very, very best to be worth your time. It's always the plan there. 2 rocks do go down. I think I can stay on top of these war trolls. I don't care if I lose orcs. I really just don't want to lose anybody else. It's gonna be 2 wolves go down. It looks like 1 or 2 of the orcs, and the Cyclops are not going to have a problem here. We're going to skip on the orcs. I just don't care to possibly lose any on the retaliation. And so 2 and 2 for 1,000 experience. And we are now up to logistics or pathfinding. I think that rough terrain is only 50% reduction anyway. I don't think that the expert pathfinding is going to be nearly as valuable as logistics. And we do have a choice. Okay, and this actually makes our decision for us. I was not sure if it would be better for us to go into this castle and fight here, or if it would be better to go into the stone liths and try to just stand on that. Because we can't reach, I'm going to hope, cross my fingers, hope that no one can come through these liths and attack us. We're going to see what happens here, but this feels like the best solution for me. The enemy has surrendered. Let's see if we can keep them from surrendering. No spells to speak of. We have not broken through this main spot in the castle. We do have 2 shooters. I'm guessing that the enemies are going to try and come out of the gate, and that does feel fine for me. Losing the Cyclops to the blind there actually feels pretty bad. knowing that everybody else is going to come out, let's plan on the Orc Chiefs destroying the... Oops. Let's plan on the Trolls destroying the Halflings, and then the Orc Chiefs can clean up whoever's left. Yeah, that's a great plan. Let's do that. Let's do that. You don't think that misclicks happen all that often in turn-based strategy games, but FixFox proves that he is full of surprises. The enemy has surrendered. We could not keep them from running, but we are going to have to wait and see just what is in this castle. We could get the Cloud Castle here. I don't think that holding this is a guarantee, and so we're going to have to be smart. We're going to have to wait. Finneous is a level 6 hero. That's too good of a hero just to simply dismiss. But if I dismiss him, then, or if I dismiss somebody else, then another hero can come out. Say I dismissed Halon right now and I just hit dismiss, right? I'd lose a great hero with good artifacts. Okay, that's a problem. But if I did that, then I could hire another hero in here. Problem is that even if I do that, I take the troops, I would still have to then dismiss Finneous, who's already a good hero anyway, in order to have another hero step on these liths. It's not going to happen. We're just going to have to hope that we're lucky. It's a possibility. You could make it happen. I think it's worth it to be risky here and just hope for the best. So that is what we're going to do. 3 Phoenixes. We do not have leadership. And so I'm a little bit concerned here. Our morale is about to get really pretty bad. We are down to, let's see, -1, so -2 morale. At least the Bone Dragons aren't going to lose their turn. That's pretty good. But do I want Sorceress troops over any of these forces? No. I think that we are going to start heading out. More than picking up any of these freebies or anything like that, I think that we're trying to consolidate our forces so that we can launch an offensive against the purple Warlocks. That's still my plan. And to do that, it would be nice to bring troops up from these other positions. Crag Hack has finally reached home so that he can purchase everybody. And note that we did just run out of gold. We are really still at this point struggling with gold, getting about 9,200 gold a day, nearly 9,000 gold a day. You'd think that that's a lot, but it's not. And so we're getting ready to charge through these liths in just a moment. Maybe we can secure some other castle. Maybe we just go to support Black Fang. But for now, we're going to wait just outside of those lifts. We're waiting here. Every doorstop is slept, and we are on to a new day. As Blue does come through that lift and potentially challenges Finneous for supremacy of that area. The Thieves Guild reports that agents abroad have proof that a giant pink magpie has purchased a particularly dirty, sleazy mime from the barbarians who are apparently keeping them all in the food pens for some reason. You are really beginning to worry. This is a very interesting storyline that we have seen in the previous playthrough. There was a person from the Wizards Guild. They came in and we did some disservice to them. I don't remember what we did. I think that we dropped a mouse down their skirt, and then they got very upset, and they have since turned into a magpie. They've gotten some treasure. They stole some treasure. They used the treasure to go to the Warlocks to then turn into the size of a rock, one of the big birds, not just a little bird, but now a big bird. And now the big giant pink magpie that is the size of a rock has now purchased a mime from the barbarians. We're gonna have to keep track of the story. The plot thickens, that's all I can say. Agar is here. Okay, he's got a few Phoenixes, he's got a pack of the Paladins. I don't know where you got a pack of Paladins. That must have been from up here. They must have Paladins in this area. The fact that Carlon is sitting here feels really good for me though. I think that we should fight Agar at this time. Lots of the Rangers, a horde of the Pikemen, a pack of the Paladins, a pack of the Master Swordsmen. And the Phoenixes can't possibly be more. Can't possibly be more than 2? There's just no way. It's been a long time since Blue had access to the Phoenixes here. They might have gotten 3 at one point. I'm guessing that they do not have a lot of Phoenixes. And for that reason, I think that Finneous as a level 6 hero with 5 and 4, I think that this is his time to shine. We are going to pop in. We're going to grab a spell book. This Dispel Magic is huge, so that way we're not going to fall prey to a blind. We are going to invest in an additional level of Mage Guild. Maybe we get something nice. Disrupting Ray is okay. The damaging spells, meh, not that good. But we're going to definitely take the Disrupting Ray. tried Hellgate yet? Most epic story ever? I still have not. I know that that's one of your favorites because it's kind of like the 2-player map that you can, you know, rig up in the Heroes of Might and Magic map editor. I believe that that's the case, right? And so I'm going to be excited to eventually play that season. As of this current juncture, I do not have the ability. Oh no. That's not good. FixFox has immediately seen that these pikemen are going to be a little bit too hot to handle. Even the Paladins are going to be a problem. I think that we really definitely lose this fight, in part because the blinds. We are going to be able to remove that this turn and the next. That will help. That's not going to just win it for us, though. My hope is that these Paladins come, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this far into range, and then maybe the Cyclops go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I get the first shot off on them. That's my hope. We're going to see how lucky we are. 14 War Trolls, though. That is a pretty nifty force here. I have the choice between doing damage to the pikemen now or killing all the Rangers. It looks like I'm going to lose a little bit of damage if I do kill... Oh no, I'm not going to lose any damage. My max damage is 252. There's 250 hit points worth of Rangers here. If I kill the full stack, I'll be very surprised. That was about as good as we could have possibly done, and I'm thrilled for that. Okay, 17 attack, 13 defense, 14 attack, 14 defense. This is going to be a pretty epic clash, but thankfully we're going to get the first shot off with our Cyclops. Let's see how these gentlemen tangle. Okay. 10 of the Paladins down to 8. We do lose one of the Cyclops on the return shot. I don't want these veteran pikemen to step up and get into these War Trolls. I don't think I can stop it, though. It's happening. We can probably step the wolves up just to get into their way, but this is coming pretty quick. This is going to happen, and we can't really stop it. And in fact, once I step up in front of these pikemen, they're probably going to go south and deal with the Cyclops here. Probably. Hopefully what happens is that we get a blind on the Cyclops. Veteran pikemen kill anybody but the Cyclops. And then when we dispel, we got 7 Cyclops that can lock and load and do tons and tons of damage. I don't know how much damage Agar the Warlock with his 3 attack, 2 defense, 5 spell power, 5 knowledge, and 44 spell points. I don't know how much damage these pikemen are going to do. I don't know if I'm going to survive with these wolves. This is essentially 440 hit points worth of wolves here. Are 62 veteran pikemen going to do 440 points of damage? No, they're not. Yeah, no, And so the 8 wolves got off their damage, and they did take that hit for us quite admirably, might I add. And that means that the veteran pikemen are going to stave off their aggression for one more turn. I don't think that the Paladins are going to attack the Cyclops here. And if I dispel now, then I think that the Paladins are going to get the first shot off. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to attack the Paladins here. We're going to plan on dispelling when it's either the Orcs or the Ogre Lord's turn. And we go down to 3 of the Paladins. Not too bad. We're down to 31 of the Orcs. And now it's going to be time for us to use, I believe, our last Dispel magic. We got to get fairly lucky with these Cyclops. I think what we're going to do is this. Watch this. We're going to Dispel magic on the Cyclops. We're going to eat the retaliation from the veteran pikemen. No, their retaliation's already gone, isn't it? The wolves took their retaliation. There's no retaliation here. We're going to let the Orcs do full damage. We're going to eat the retaliation here. Oh, and we're still alive even. And then the Cyclops are going to do as full of damage as they possibly can. Does it matter where we go? Not really. Not really. But let's kill 7 to 14 of these pikemen. That could not have gone any better. The pikemen eat the paralyzed. So long as Agar the Warlock has to choose between blinding my Cyclops or getting his veteran pikemen unparalyzed, we are sitting in a much better position than we were before. I'm not saying that we're sitting pretty. I'm not saying that this is a wonderfully done fight, but this is much better. This might be FixFox using every advantage and hopefully turning a loss into a victory. That is my plan. Let's see it. Okay, and that's about a wash. The War Trolls are a really good unit. We're going to move them to the south here, so that way the veteran pikemen, when they are unparalyzed, are going to have a lot longer of a way to go. That's going to work out okay for us. And so if the trolls are out of range here, I think that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if we're sitting right here, we kill the 1 paladin. The Master Swordsmen have to choose if they want to prevent the Orc Chiefs from doing full damage, or if they want to prevent the War Trolls from doing full damage. And at this point, this one Ogre Lord is going to march down the battlefield, and they're going to try and stay in the way of these pikemen. We're still in a bad spot. This is still not good, but this could have been a lot worse. 2 to 3 of the Master Swordsman goes down. That is 3, and there is the Dispel on the Veteran Pikeman. I was really hoping that that would last for one more turn. Of course, because it has not lasted, then stepping up the Ogre Lord makes a little bit less sense than it did. Although, potentially, with this one little bit of terrain, 5-speed creature, 5-speed creature, maybe we can play Ring Around the Rosie. And what I mean by that is this. Maybe we're going to find a way, as I walk the War Trolls right into range, my word. I was thinking maybe we could stay on even footing, even speed, and we could try and let the battle go in a way where the War Trolls just waste time until this blind expires. Unfortunately, that's not feeling nearly so likely as it was. Steeson says, would be cool if Eagle Eye skill applied to learning from creatures' use of spells. If you could learn the Cyclops Paralyzed, the Unicorn's Blind too, that would be fantastic. War Trolls are great. Yes, got to do that female units only challenge too. Put it in the Discord. Make sure that I don't lose track of that, because I would hate to lose track of that. I just want to get rid of these Master Swordsmen. Let's get rid of single stacks wherever we can. Ooh, 1 Magic Arrow. That feels pretty bad. There's 18 hit points worth of Master Swordsman here. I don't think that we're gonna have an option. Okay, now it's down to War Trolls. 4 War Trolls, but the Cyclops are unblinded. Let's see. Where do the Veteran Pikemen go? 2, 5. What I really don't want is I don't want Master Swordsman here, Pikemen here. I really need the first hit from these Cyclops. If I just step up to here, or to here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we cannot run away from these Veteran Pikemen, but I can potentially prevent damage on the Cyclops. No, I cannot. I cannot. So let's just kill while we can. Let's kill the 1 Master Swordsman. There goes another blind. And now I'm just going to run because sure, why not? We're going to get attacked. Oh no, not the Bless. Not the Haste. Oh no. And folks, this is potentially going to be it. I always underestimate Veteran Pikemen. Veteran Pokemon. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Folks, this feels so bad. With 4 of the Pikemen, yes, 4 of the Cyclops left, I feel obligated to surrender at this point. We gave this fight everything we had. I don't feel bad about the way that this fight turned out, but it is going to be time to do a little bit of a surrender. For 1,500 gold, that's absolutely worth saving these Cyclops. In the event that we took one more round of combat, and then the AI cast a Cold Ray, we would be in dire straits. And so we do lose that fight. I'm happy that we fought that fight as well as we did, especially with a tertiary hero. That was our 3rd best hero, but we still fought that okay. So it could have been worse. The problem is that now this area is open to some serious aggression. Although if we rehire Finneous now, these 4 Cyclops are now going to be pretty okay defenders, all things considered. And then with a left turret, right turret, and a moat, I think it's less likely that Agar pushes into us, especially since we wasted so many of their spell points. And if we do lose here, if another enemy, bigger, stronger enemy comes out and deals with Finneous, that's going to feel pretty bad. I get it, but he's only got this 1 artifact. He's a pretty good hero. It'll be a big loss, but I've had worse. Okay. And so we're not going to go back and attack, by the way. That's not happening. Steeson says, Barbs never surrender, especially not the troll babes. Your definition of babes and my definition of babes are a little bit different, Steeson. Just a little bit. But hey, to each his own. They do have those really rugged features. How about that? One of my one joke that I don't want to say I'm proud of, but it turned out pretty well, was in the FHeroes2 as a modern day classic video. I did dress up one of the Cyclops in a red bikini, and that seemed to have been received fairly well. So, you know, these things do happen. Everybody's beautiful in their own way. Sure, why not? Aragon has the troops he needs. We're kind of hoping to go back over here, and so for that reason, I'm actually going to step Jacqueline off of this lith. Just 1 step, And the reason why we're trying to get over here is because I'm hoping to get these knight troops upgraded and then rally these forces. It's not going to hurt my feelings too bad if we end up... kind of slowly bringing troops to the front. By the way, the less lifts that there are, the greater chance I have of going where I want to go. We have committed in this game not to pressing spacebar. No spacebar. It's mostly about trying to make sure that we're not cheesing the lifts. We've already got so many advantages personally with the lifts. We just don't want to do that to the AI. Yeah, let's not make that worse for our foes. Can we upgrade these troops? No, we are still so broke. Still 9,000 gold per day. It's kind of hard to have gold when you spend it on heroes, rehiring them and such. Jezebel is back. I kind of wanted to go out and do some stuff. Let's see if we can actually get over here. Let's have aerial move, and then Crag hack can potentially bring some additional forces through these lifts to shore up the wizard's domain. I shouldn't say wizard's domain. It's totally mine. I own it. Mine. Me. Nobody else. And we do make it there with very little problems. Let's see, who has the least amount of movement points right now? Maybe not Jezebel. Well, this is unfortunate. Crag hack's gonna take one more step out over here as Jezebel tries to find her way home. It's quite possible that we mess up and we end up in a place where we have the whole house of cards fall down. And if that happens, that's part of our loss. That's part of the risk of doing what we're doing here. Okay, so we at least made it to here, but the problem is that then Ariel can't get back. Oh no, this could be very bad. So we got two heroes over here. Tell you what, let's just take our advantages where we can. Let's start digging. We know we got some additional troops that are going to support this area, not to mention that one Titan. And then Flint is going to do his best to get back to this sorceress domain and hold on to that. Because, I'm sorry, but barbarians at this point are good. They're not great. We've gotten enough troops out of them. We'd prefer to have phoenixes. We would prefer to have our friends, the dragons. Okay. So, this did not end up quite the way I wanted it to. That's okay. We're going to have Finneous be a doorstop, Jezebel is a doorstop, Halon's going to land in just a moment, and so on and so forth. Let's go on to a new day. And we did get Agar to run, but another blue hero has come through the lifts. Who that is and what their intentions are, I don't know. I have to assume that they have bad intentions on their mind, and it's going to be Astra. But Astra has actually got fewer troops than she once did. A few dragons and a few phoenixes. I'm not saying that I'm happy to see this, but it's day 6. We're about to have 4 more Titans come up to the front. 1 here, and then 3 additional ones with the growth from this week. If we can actually keep Astra around for a little bit, we might be in the very best position possible. Let's abandon this town of Atlantium. There's no sense in leaving anybody here. The Cyclops are all too valuable to simply leave. And as is Finneous for that matter. It's time to dig, folks. Let's get lucky. First try. Dope. Try searching on clear ground. It looks clear, but when you right click, it'll tell you if it's a rock or if there's no digging. My mistake. My mistake. Okay, we're gonna step up just one thing there. Season says grab the treasures already. Like all this stuff. Like all this stuff. This +2/+2. I want it. I really do. I feel like I don't have time. I feel like I'm under so much pressure from the enemy that I feel like the longer that they get dragons and such, that I'm gonna be worse off. That's my thought process. You're totally not wrong. You're 1000% correct, Steeson. And actually, I think that this scenario would be much more enjoyable if we didn't have the lifts that felt like I was forced into action. It is causing me just a tiny bit of grief. Just a tiny bit of grief. There's this magic well here. Halon is going to land. He's got a wonderful artifact. It's going to be the +3 to knowledge. And so Crag Hack is going to grab that from him. He's going to go up into the castle to pick up some spells. And then on the way out, we're going to pick up magic well type stuff. Pax Universalis. Hi all. Hello, sir. How are you doing? It's so very good to have all 3 of you here today. I'm sure there's more than 3, but you know, thank thanks for everybody that's here. And thanks for everybody that'll catch this on YouTube later. We're gonna submit this as one video and not 2 videos. I really do try and do as few part 1, part 2s as I can. I prefer to just digest these videos all in one go. And even if I can't do that, I would prefer at least to give you the option to have an unbroken sort of entertainment. Just a single stream of consciousness. That's the plan. I don't want to upgrade these Paladins. It's super expensive. And then we're going to have enough things to upgrade anyway. I will upgrade the champions. But this is going to be 8,000 gold going straight into Crusaders. I don't know if the Bone Dragons are even that good at this point. With a -2 morale, knowing that none of my heroes really have leadership. Well, level 10 Crag Hack does. Level 10 Crag Hack does. He's got the advanced archery for the Titans. We've got the advanced archery here. Ballistics, luck. Ballistics and luck are really good, but the basic, I think the Crag Hack is the better hero here. I think that the leadership tips this in Crag Hack's favor. And so because it's going to be Crag Hack and Crag Hack does have the leadership, I think I am going to bring the Bone Dragons. It will bring down the enemy's morale by a little bit. It will bring down mine too. But I think that 2 Bone Dragons, we're just going to try and use them and lose them as quickly as possible. That's the plan. And I do think that we're to the point with 4 or 5 castles that trading for resources makes a lot of sense. We're down to 34 wood. We are down to, call it 28 ore. We're going to get rid of half of our sulfur. And so we're up to 15,000 gold. That should be enough to purchase out the rest of these champions and then a little bit more to boot. What in tarnation was that? Winnymaru Baba is raiding with a party of 13. Winnymaru, thank you so much for being here. Sir, I tried very, very hard to wait until you were done with your stream. I really appreciated Winnymaru's stream today. He is doing the Who Am I playthrough. And I was definitely doing my very, very best to wait until you were done. I didn't want to compete with you, but I did have to get started because I have some other stuff to do this later this day. So Winnymaru, thank you for being here, and thank you from everybody who is in Winnymaru's chat. I'm a big fan of Winnymaru, and so grateful to have you all here. Thank you so much for the time. We are, just as a quick recap, as we do get a follow here, unfortunately I'm going to have to pull this up. 1 second. Twitch activity feed. That's going to be a follow from Lejay Heroes. Lejay, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate having you here. Wonderful. This is going to be the XL map Sudden Siege. This is denoted as being a hard difficulty map, impossible difficulty. It's extra large, 6 players. At this point, we have lost the Red Knights and we have lost the Orange Necromancers. We are just down to Purple Wizards, us as the Yellow Barbarians, the Green Sorceresses are still around, and then the Blue Warlocks are also around. Everybody has traded castles at least once. Everybody is feeling the pinch here, but we are down to just us 4 players here. And this is day 2 of this playthrough. We're having a lot of fun, but this is still a little bit hairy. There's no guarantees that this map is going to turn out exceedingly well for us. We did just pick up, I believe, a fair bulk of our army, and with 2 nice heroes, Aragon, the level 10 Barbarian, and Crag Hack, the level 10 Barbarian, we do have some opportunities to strike in multiple areas all at once. So that's my plan, and that's what we're going to try and do moving forward. Let's see. Don't worry, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you from Lejay. And then Winnymaru, there's no competition in the Heroes community, just love. I love everything that you just said there. I am a friend to everybody who plays Heroes of Might and Magic, and Winnymaru, an excellent player. Always happy to catch your stream as well. So thank you so much. And that's a pretty cool looking dragon emote there, Lejay. I'm a big fan of that too. Always a good time. With that being said, we're stepping off these liths, and there's a lith behind every single castle. And so these liths are supposed to really force the action, and oh boy, is the action being forced. Let's see where we end up. We have wanted to take out this castle for some time. Is this enough? Aragon the Barbarian is going to have 20 spell points. We're going to have terrible morale because of these Bone Dragons. I think that this is unfortunately a fight that I actually do not want to take. I would love to do anything but take this fight right now. I think that discretion is the better part of valor, and we're going to have just enough movement points to get out of here and go anywhere else. And this is somewhere else, and this is just fine. We're going to stay on the lith so no one can follow us. We're going to shoot for getting into Weddington as quickly as possible. That is my plan. Haha, thanks, bro. You got great vibes. I appreciate that, Lejay. Big ups there. Steeson, have you found the ultimate artifact yet? No, we need to actually see, did we dig with Ariel yet? No, we have to wait till tomorrow. Just so everybody knows, we are looking at finding the ultimate artifact here. This is 2 of our obelisks that have taken us to this point. And as you can see, cracked earth, road, wizard castle, huh? So we're looking for maybe somewhere right around here. This is all terrain you can't dig on. So I think I'm going to start in the top area and then just work my way around this rock with as many heroes as I can possibly find. Otherwise, I'm trying to let my doorstops do doorstop type of deals. I don't want aggression from the enemies just yet. Unfortunately, if Jezebel runs out of, or excuse me, if Jacqueline runs out of movement points, then that's going to be where she stays, and that's going to be her time there. So Jezebel's fine. We're fine here. And slowly, the Titan count is going to start growing. It's day 6. We just have to hold out before Astra comes up the road and causes us some major grief. Let's see what happens here. Bring forth the 7 little dwarves to dig up the treasure. I feel like an army with only dwarves should actually have an advantage in digging for the ultimate artifact, Steeson. I think that that would be actually wonderful. Could you imagine? If you only have an army of dwarves or battle dwarves, you get 2 opportunities to dig on any given day. That would be actually kind of nifty. Kind of nifty. Lejay says, true, true. A traveling circus comes by, but when negotiating for them to entertain the troops, you realize that they have mimes among them. So you find them heavily and drive them out of the realm. That is hilarious. Whoever made this map has done some wonderful storytelling. And first and foremost, the playthrough is going to be different from faction to faction. Everybody's text dialogue is a little bit different. And earlier on, the Barbarians mentioned that we keep mimes in jail. And so because this circus, who's trying to come around for the 3rd time, because they have some mimes in their circus, we are now getting all the gold back that we've had to pay to entertain our troops in the past. Finneous has nothing at this point. He's going to go and dig. Let's just have him go, right here. Right here. No digging here, but there is digging here. I had to double check that. And then let's just see if we get lucky. Nothing. Where could it be? Winnymaru did an excellent job in picking up the +12 to knowledge in his playthrough on Who Am I, and I couldn't contain myself. I had to throw out the Pog. Play the game, Pog. It was a wonderful, excellent moment where you get to see your fortunes change so very drastically. If you were losing before, you're definitely not losing now that you have an additional 120 spell points to play with. So hopefully we can do the same thing. We can follow his example and we can get advantages everywhere we go. We still don't have wisdom on Crag Hack, but I'm still going to get up to at least the level 2 Mage Guild, Haunt, Cold Ray, Lightning Bolt, Cure, Dispel, and View Resources. I'm fine with that. I think that the Cure and the Dispel are really my favorite things here. I would have also liked a Steel Skin or a Stone Skin, but having this is really going to be the very, very best thing for me. And so we are going to get up to 40 spell points in just a little bit. We might as well wait because I don't want the enemies to actually push out just yet. That's my hope anyway. Vammy says, hello, FixFox. Hello, Vammy. How are you doing? It's so very nice to see you there. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And then let's see. No digging, no digging. No digging. There might not be as many places to dig as I once thought. Can Finneous get just a little bit further? I think so. So let's have him go actually just out of his way. Let's call it over here. And that'll hopefully make room for Halon the Wizard to slide in just right there. Winnymaru says, on the first try, I need to buy a lottery ticket. Yes, absolutely. When you're feeling lucky, lottery tickets, I'm not saying that you're going to win necessarily, but if ever there's a time to buy lottery tickets, it's when you're feeling A-okay. And I think that after that dig, you should be feeling A-okay, sir. Vammy says, I fell asleep last night, so I'm not sure what's going on, but it looks like you're winning. We're doing okay. We're getting better. There's been some struggles here, but we are slowly going to get the Titan count up. I'm really just worried about the enemy picking up black dragons. That's really going to be the main issue for me. Aragon is going to walk right into this castle, and there are bone dragons here. Folks, these 2 bone dragons are going to be quickly joined by friends, and I did not anticipate that at all. An additional 5 bone dragons to this army all of a sudden maybe makes taking a fight like this doable. we're gonna have to wait and see. We did have a new follow there just a moment ago. Let's see who that is. That's gonna be Alex, Let's Play fan. Axel, Alex, Let's Play. Appreciate having you here. Absolutely pleasure for you. Having you here, it's absolutely my pleasure. Otherwise, digging tomorrow, digging tomorrow, digging tomorrow. We're gonna find this thing. We're gonna find this thing. I think that Argon wants to stay put. I want to make sure that we secure these bone dragons and set out in the mooring. So Crag hack is going to stay. Everybody's movement is done. There's no purchases to make. But folks, 4 more Titans. You take Titans, you take Black Dragons, you take Titans, you take these wonderful beefy units and you provide them with some attack skill and some defense skill. They can be absolutely unstoppable. And I'm really thinking that this is going to be the advantage for us as we go on to month 2, week 3, day 1. Because you think about it, the puny warlocks, the puny wizards, they don't really get a lot of attack skill. They don't get a lot of defense skill. So this is our opportunity as a might-based hero to really scale into the late game and do some wonderful, terrific things and see some damage fly off the charts with some of that bonus damage. Winnymaru says, this map looks insane. It feels insane, especially with these liths. So many halflings dwellings. Oh my goodness, it looks like Hobbiton. Yes, it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nobody's gotten there. There's so many things I could get. I just haven't gone out of my way for it. And I probably should. I think that when we watch this video back later, I think I'm going to recognize that this was actually a pretty critical mistake, not picking up some of these +2 artifacts here. We picked up like a +3 for defense from the shield and such, but I think I could have done a better job. Although, all will be forgiven if a couple of heroes get lucky digging. Hey, all is forgiven! After spending many hours digging here, you have uncovered the ultimate shield. That's gonna be +6 attack, that's gonna be +6 defense. Folks, all is forgiven, and I am feeling grateful for that. Let's immediately grab Halon, pick up that shield, and let's move it on back over to our best hero. Winnymaru saying GG. Yep, that's feeling like a good way of being. Vami asking about this Sphinx. Have we visited the Sphinx? No, we have not. We absolutely will. We will visit the Sphinx as soon as we possibly can. Vami, I do need to see what that is. So the France flag on the shield, is it really? Is it really? I believe you 100%. Yeah, it is totally. Way to go. The French shield. I feel like I should get some sort of Winnymaru bonus for getting the French shield. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds? So Winnymaru raids after his very wonderful Heroes Might Magic 2 stream, and now I pick up the French flag in order to honor him. I'm a big fan, so that worked out great. That could not have worked out any better. That's some good cross-platform. That's some good synergy between us. How about that? Sol Invictus saying the French flag on the shield. Haha, yes, perfect. And Vami saying, I think that the left stripe is technically black, but funny nonetheless. My eyesight is not that good. We're gonna go with blue, but yeah. Okay, tell you what, I think that mission accomplished. Let's send these heroes up to just do some scouting since I don't really have much else for them to do, and let's plan this out very, very carefully. More than the bone dragons, I do want to get these Titans. Titans are the absolute power, and with whatever's left over, that's gonna then go into these bone dragons here. Let's even trade. Let's trade lots and lots of resources. By the time that sulfur becomes important for dragons, I think that we are already gonna have the game pretty much beat. This may be drawing to a close much quicker just because of that extra shield, which we are hoping for in just 1 second. So we've got our Titans, we've got this army. Do we want to replace any of these forces? 8 Magi or the 5 War Trolls? Tell you what, we're gonna stick with the trolls just because it's cost prohibitive, and then we're not gonna have to upgrade later. I will trade out 10 rocks for the 6 wolves. The 6 speed is good, but I have the 6 speed Titans. That's gonna do just as good for me. And so 6 speed creature, we still got it. And the rocks now is gonna add to our flexibility in these upcoming fights. Let's go down, grab our prize, and all of a sudden Crag hack is the man. 17 attack, 11 defense, 2 spell power, 4 knowledge. He's got a couple of nice little second spells, and then we're gonna head on into the magic well. Pax is saying trade the Magi for the wolves. I trade the Magi for the wolves. I think I like the flying creatures with the rocks better than the Magi here, but only barely. only barely. So I think that this is how we're going to roll with this fight from here. But folks, let's go do some damage. Barbarians doing damage. That's a match made in heaven. Now here's the question. Should we go on into this area, or should we try and use these forces to defeat the purple warlocks? I tell you what, we can take out these forces now. Let's try and defeat green. Let's try and root out evil wherever we can find it. And then we should hopefully be able to get back in time to support in this fight eventually. That's the plan, is to eventually be ready to support. There's a lot of heroes left on this map. There's a lot to be done. There's so much to be done here, my word. Finneous, the hero who dug up the shield, is going to do some scouting for us. 1,000 gold. Let's get some of these additional troops on Halon. That's going to be his job. He's going to purchase out basically everybody else. We need the library. And then tomorrow we're going to set off with the rest of these wizard troops. Ariel might as well follow up Crag hack so he doesn't have to go out of his way to pick up some freebies here and there. And then this is going to be a pretty big fight. Astra has been a thorn in our side. I think that we now have the stats. I think that we now have the troops to absolutely wipe the floor with her. Let's see if her spells are valuable at all. This is a glorious victory. It's going to be 1,400 experience, and she's not even going to touch us. We just got so much stronger. Even the curse is not going to be the spell. That's not going to do it. 12 damages from 2 phoenixes. That's not going to cut it. That will not cut it. These titans with 26 defense are more than they can possibly bear. It is going to be 0 attack, 1 defense. The 2 spell power, 6 knowledge. The knowledge and the power is not too bad, but when a curse is your best spell, you're just not going to move forward. 5 war trolls immediately take out those couple of liches there. And do we kill all these hydras here? I don't think so. That just doesn't seem fair. And maybe she wanted to run. Maybe our foe wanted to run. It just didn't happen there. So another advantage for us. I don't know if the navigation is going to be better than the ballistics. At this point, because we're going to have titans and black dragons, I think that it is going to be the navigation that we take here. I don't think that the battle is going to be won with ground-based troops, and I don't think that the damage from a couple of turret shots is going to sway the battlefield in one direction or the other. So let's go with the navigation in case that turns out to be the best thing for us. This is going to be Ector the Knight. 2 attack, 2 defense, 3 spell power, 1 knowledge. Folks, we have 10 attack, 6 defense on our secondary hero. Yeah, this is our secondary hero. We more or less groomed Aragon to be our primary hero, and then somewhere along the line, Crag hack found a whole cache of resources, took the experience, and here we are. I would love the leadership though. Cannot lie. 30 points of damage onto these phoenixes, 56 left, not too bad. These bone dragons, as soon as they can get over the wall, are going to hopefully prevent 1 full loss onto those phoenixes. 36 of the skeletons go down, no retaliation onto the vampires, and so it will be good luck that eliminates 8 of the mutant zombies from this fight. And from here, folks, there's just no chance. Just no chance. Bone dragons, I guess that there's going to be 1 more round of turret shots. Do we have a cure? 5 spell points is not going to matter. That's not going to be enough. And we're only doing 25 points of damage. That is enough to kill... Well, that's enough to kill the vampire, but the royal mummies as a 5-speed creature are going to go pretty quickly. We're not going to get good morale. Is there any way I can prevent this fight from going into extra rounds? I don't think so, and so for that reason, we're just going to take this one on the chin, take an additional bit of losses. The magic arrow does not actually bring down the phoenixes, which is really, really nice. And then that's how we're going to finish this fight with 5 bone dragons killing that 1 vampire. 1,800 experience. I'm all for it. And we are going to take the ballistics there because it is a combat spell. And so now we have picked up both of the necromancer castles. Here's Maximus the Knight, level 7. He was somebody's primary hero, and I think that we're going to try and rehire him just to keep him away from anybody else who might want him. But for now, there's no rest for the weary. Aragon has to head to the north. Halon the Wizard, he's going to set off tomorrow, if you will recall. And let's see what the blue players can do here. The Thieves Guild reports that agents abroad have witnessed such an amazing thing that they doubt their own credibility. they witnessed a giant pink magpie fly into the royal castle of the sorceresses and slam dunk a dirty, sleazy mime down the bosom of one of the sorceress heroes. In the utter pandemonium that ensued, the magpie got away. If you're here from the raid, I don't know if we'd mentioned this before, but there was a magpie. There was a courier from one of the other kingdoms. We played a trick on them to try to get them to leave. They were magical. They turned into a magpie. They stole some resources from us. They went over to the Warlock castle. They had the Warlocks turn them into a bird the size of a rock, so a pretty big bird. And then they have done some pretty nifty things since then. What this pink magpie is going to do, I don't know. Where the story will go from here, I don't know, but I am very excited to find out. We're going to pick up, looks like it's going to be Archmagi as part of this this force moving forward. The only thing I don't want is I don't want the steel golems. There is a Freeman's Foundry immediately north of this position. There is a Freeman's Foundry immediately north of this position. I suppose I might as well. Right. They're going to be 3-speed creatures. They're going to be just as fast as the halflings. We might as well get some steel golems into this army. And then maybe we can clear out some nice opportunities later. I would love to clean up some of these freebies, but I just don't have time. Maybe it's time actually that I let these liths go. Maybe it's time that I just use my heroes to pick up freebies. I have 8 heroes, but it feels like I only have 4. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what makes the very most sense. I do not know. We're going to sit right here, and then probably we're going to let another hero go, so that way we can bring troops to the front in just a moment here. The enemy, the blue player, has surrendered. That's going to be 4,800 gold that they are trying to give to us. You want to give me 4,800 gold for a couple of veteran pikemen? What? Agar the Warlock does have 3 attack, 2 defense, 5 spell power, 6 knowledge, but I don't know. I think I want the gold. I think I'm just going to let this fight play out because I think I just want the gold at this point. I'm not going to take losses. Agar's probably good enough to, like, you know, be worth something. But, I mean, again, 4,800 gold? Yeah, I'd rather have the gold. Okay. So the enemy surrenders, and that feels just fine. There are Archmagi here as well. Let's plan on just heading south, though, with Crag Hack through the liths. And for the very first time, we are going through these liths into the kind of breadbasket area. There's been treasure everywhere. It's time to do something nifty and fun and exciting. As we run into potential sorceress forces here, we're going to catch them on the next day. Winnymaru says I have to go. Thanks for the stream and the good energy. See you next time. Sir, you just streamed for 6.5 hours and then you spent some time watching here. Please go eat some food, drink some water, take a nap, go take care of yourself, please. My friend, I don't know how you stream for 6 hours at a time. You are an absolute Iron Man, but I very much appreciate your time and thanks so much for the good vibes from you as well. It's always a pleasure, sir. So thank you. It's always a pleasure. And the pleasure's always mine. So let's move into this area here. Yeah, Finneous just kind of feels like he's not that useful anymore. He's just out of position. We have another hero that's doing what he's doing, but better. So that's what we're gonna do. Math Obsessed. Wow, hello, long time no see. It has been a long time no see. I appreciate seeing you there, sir. Very happy to have you back. I think that the last time we had you in the chat would have been the Thunk playthrough. So yeah, always happy to have you back. Appreciate your time so very, very much. We are gonna purchase Maximus the Knight. He was way better than Finneous anyway. And then tomorrow we're gonna set off and provide Aragon with some additional horses. Probably, yeah, like a month ago. Yeah, it's been a minute. How have you been in that month, by the way? I always worry that that since I don't see people all the time, and I mean we've all got lives, we've got stuff to do. I worry that, you know, if something bad happens, I'm not gonna know about it, and they're gonna have to come back and say, well, it's been tough since I saw you last, and I hope that that's not the case for you. I hope that things have been going excellent for you. I truly do. Lots of orc chiefs. because we only have, well, since we don't have rocks, I guess I could split the boars instead and have the 6-speed creatures get down the battlefield. Well, let's go see what we can mix up here. Yeah, it's not like FixFox is on Facebook, so I can't really see what you guys got going on. Although it has been requested that I do get on Facebook. No guarantees. We'll see about that. I think that I'm happy with the Discord presence, and I worry that I don't do a good enough job with the Discord anyway. I'm not the most entertaining person on Discord. How about that? And so hopefully it's still worth your time to be a part of that Discord, and it gives you updates on the channel and what's going on. But still, it wouldn't hurt my heart if maybe Facebook is not in the plans. It is interesting though. I saw a news article the other day, which was really surprising. Australia has some new legislation out to where they are going to make it so that you can prevent young people from being on Facebook, TikTok, social media in general. I don't know what the age restriction is going to be, but you're going to have to be older than, say, I think it's like 14, 15, 16, somewhere in there is kind of what they're talking about doing. But they're talking about removing young people from online social media. And I got to tell you, I don't know quite what to think of that, and I'm happy to hear everybody else's thoughts on the matter. We did pick up the Sorceress Castle of Zabrin. I'm excited to see. It looks like they do have phoenixes there. That's another bit of strength for us. These 4 Titans are going to absolutely wreck this hero here. This might be the end of the green sorceresses, folks. This might be their final hero, and so I feel like we must go and fight this fight hand to hand anyway. I've been good, thank you. Just wasn't able to catch you live. Hope you're doing well also. Doing very, very well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If I've got a 50 hit point lightning bolt, 54 hit points, darn, we're going to have to lose our Titan's turn here. I would have cast a spell to free myself up, but it's not the case. Bone Dragon still, they can do a little bit of damage. Let's see what happens there. Bammy says the minimum age for most social media is 13 anyway. Like in the terms and conditions when you sign up for it, it says, oh, you have to be 13. That sounds right to me. I definitely agree with that. I think that most people ignore that. I don't think that a lot of parents stop their kids from having social media. And it is pretty worrisome because there's a lot of things that you can find on social media that are just worrisome. I'm working with young people, and one of the young people, I was going through their phone because they shouldn't have an expectation of privacy as a young person. And their parents wanted some additional oversight into their online activities. And it turned out that they were searching things that were highly concerning. It's weird when an 11-year-old or a 10-year-old is searching things like, what is anorexia? Do I have anorexia? And on the one hand, information is good. On the other hand, you worry about influences, and social media can potentially be the vehicle through which some negative influences can get to you. So worries there. So yeah, minimum age being 13 anyway. And then is social networking policy, you mean, for Math Obsessed? I don't know. Vammy's going to have to give us some more information. I think the Vammy is in... Oh, Vammy. I want to say... Oh, for some reason, Transylvania is coming to mind, but that's not it. Is it Romania? Are you in Romania, Vammy? I forget. I apologize for forgetting. As you can tell, FixFox has left this fight to the very end. I don't know how confident I feel about this. 10 attack, 6 defense. Let's actually see if we have any additional information here at the Thieves Guild. This is going to be a 5 attack, 2 defense hero, Atlas. 5 attack, 2 defense. I think that with 5 attack, 2 defense, knowing that Aragon's going to have 10 attack and 6 defense, I think that we can take this fight. This is going to be close. Several Black Dragons is not a small thing. But I think it's time to come back and do what we can. Okay, let's see how this fight goes. A glorious victory. That's what the pregame thinks. I think that we're going to do the best that we can here. So, 5 attack, 2 defense. It's going to be 7 Magi, 10 of the Minotaur Kings, 6 of the Black Dragons, 3 of the Bone Dragons, and 8 of the Hydras. Not a small force. Here's the question. Do I put the Phoenixes in harm's way? Do I fly across the battlefield just to prevent the damage from 7 Magi, knowing that we're going to eat a ton of damage from Minotaurs and the likes? I don't know. We have Phoenixes so that we can use them. I don't know if that's going to be the very best thing for us, though. A lot of our troops are ground-based. The power is in our 3 Phoenixes and our 5 Bone Dragons here, but I'd prefer to be able to give these troops all an opportunity to attack these Black Dragons. And so for that reason and that reason alone, I think I'm going to make the enemy come to me rather than me go forth, because I don't see Atlas staying behind his walls. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I think that if I was in the castle here and the enemy did not fly across with their Phoenixes, I think I would probably try and turtle up, but I don't think that the AI is going to think of it in those terms, personally. I don't think so anyway. So let's skip. And the champions also skip, funny enough. And they do go into a completely defensive position. I still think that the Black Dragons and the Bone Dragons are going to come out to play. They don't. That's amazing. I had no idea that they would do that. They do set themselves up for a Phoenix Breath attack here, and we are going to make good on that. Maybe the Bone Dragons now come out. Maybe, maybe not. Oh. Let's kill 3 to 6. Let's kill 3 to 6 of these Hydras. And let's see what the Bone Dragons do. They do stay behind their wall. Did not anticipate that. That's the second time that Hydras have had really, really bad luck on these fights. I don't really want to take the damage from these Black Dragons on the retaliation, so I am going to attack Minotaurs and Magi in this direction. It's going to lower my defense by 3 because I'm going to be in the moat. But what can you do? That's not good. Folks, we have awful morale, and it shows. Treason morale. Treason! Let's hope that the Phoenixes at least never lose their turn. I have no idea what to expect with that. I am satisfied that these Hydras have taken a little bit of a shot. Let's start to focus on these Black Dragons. There's 6 of them. There's going to be an awful lot of damage we need to do. The good luck indicates that we do 340 points of damage. That feels a-okay. Good luck twice. Tell you what, the undead don't get good morale, but when they get good luck, you feel like you won the lottery, which is a-okay. I could always cast Dragon Slayer on the Bone Dragons. Funny how Bone Dragons could be Dragon Slayered. Huh, funny. And otherwise, let's just let the Phoenixes do damage here. We need to. Bad morale, not good, not good. And then hopefully next turn, the Crusaders actually get to take the Dragon Slayer and do so much damage. Let's move up so that we can make some space, just for that reason. And then the Crusaders are going to get to go before the Black Dragons do. So knowing that the Minotaur Kings are going to take a little bit of a shot there, never mind. We're going to find this fine. We manipulated the turn order because the 6-speed Minotaur Kings were higher than the Black Dragons. They were first in the turn order, and then we killed them. That meant that the Black Dragons got to go next, and that's actually a big loss. I really was planning on those Crusaders getting into the fight, but that just didn't happen. Folks, I have messed up my priorities. I think that the AI fought this fight way better than FixFox did. I think that the AI fought this fight way better. It doesn't help that 22 champions have not had a turn yet. This is turn 5. We've had poor morale on these champions for 4 turns in a row. That doesn't help. But I still think that there was an awful lot more that I could have done in this fight. We are going to make the Dragon Slayer go on to these Crusaders, and we're just going to have to hope that they can do some damage. Maybe I do it on the champions. I think that, I don't know, do Black Dragons attack champions, or do they attack 8 Crusaders? I don't know. We're going to wait and find out. 3 Crusaders go down. There's no time like the present. Let's just get this additional attack skill onto these Black Dragons. We kill 1 Black Dragon there. And this is ultimately gonna... Nobody wants to go. Ultimately, this is gonna be a fight that the AI would have fought much better than me. It was ugly, it was messy, but it's 4,500 experience, and Atlas, our enemy, goes down. And most importantly, folks, we are gonna hold on to Vertigo. And so we have control of not only the Titans, but we also have control of the Black Dragons, and I am thrilled for that. That is probably the game-breaking moment that we needed, and I am thrilled for everything that just happened. Let me get caught up on just a couple of things. First off, we had a follow there. Oh, sir, Mushrong Kipet. My French is horrible. I am so sorry, sir. Thank you so very, very much for the follow, of course. We do know you from the FHeroes2 Discord as well. Great contributor to the FHeroes2 project. It is a pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for your time. And by the way, I do like your collaborative work that you've done with Winnymaru. Those playthroughs are very, very fun. I generally watch those French playthroughs with the subtitles on for English. So very nice to have you, and I do appreciate the work that you're doing in Heroes of Might and Magic as well. I tip my hat to you, sir. Also, Vammy says, I meant to say that most social media has that being 13 or older, 13 years of age or more in terms of service. So Australia legally restricting people under 14 to be under social media would help enforce these terms of service and would not be an exaggerated restriction. I do agree with that. Well, do I agree with that? It's weird that we have to make a law about it, right? Like, terms and conditions are very, very strange. For example, I hate that Steam, I love Steam in general. The idea of Steam and Gabe and all that stuff, they've done some excellent things with games, but I hate that Steam more or less has a license that you purchase. You don't actually own the game. And so, like, terms and conditions are good to enforce, but when the government comes in to enforce those terms and conditions, it potentially raises some concerns for me if those terms and conditions are not consumer friendly. Does that make sense? Like, if a service is being offered, but it's a really bad deal and it's not good for the consumer, then I worry that the government backing up that policy or that term and condition is bad. For example, the other day, Disney, well, this was maybe a month or two ago, a guy died, or his wife died, at a Disneyland park or something like that. And the Disney team tried to get the judge to throw out the case because they had signed on with the Disney Plus, the online streaming service that Disney uses. And in and amongst those terms and conditions was, you will mediate all these cases instead of sending them to trial. Disney, you're the bad guy in that situation. Now, of course, that eventually got thrown out, but the fact that they even tried that is insane. I tried to use your Disney Plus service, and now I can't sue you for negligence and wrongful death of my spouse because I wanted to watch The Mandalorian. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I may be misrepresenting this entire argument. I may be making a big deal out of something that's not that big of a deal. Let me know what you think, but these are my initial thoughts as a very uneducated person on the matter. These are just my 2 cents as it currently stands. As for where I am originally from Romania, but I live in the Netherlands. Okay, I'm glad that I remembered Romania at least. So my apologies for being, for forgetting some of the details there. So thank you very, very much for that. Keon says, playing Heroes 3 with friends and watching you at the same time. What a time to be alive. Tell all of your friends that I appreciate them very much, and I hope that they have a great time and that nobody casts Armageddon and then runs away. Because that's a dirty, underhanded tactic. Don't do it. Should be banned. That's the way that friendships end, and I want you and your friends to be friends forever. We're going to hold on to this Warlock castle. We're not going to do much to try and leave. We're going to stay put. We're going to maintain what we have here. And in 1 week, when we get more troops in just a couple of days, we're going to then try and move forward. And we're going to try and finish this scenario off. Math Obsessed saying, Vammy, okay, so you've understood correctly. It's interesting to see the consequences of this law. Although I'm not a big believer, neither in such laws nor the ability of modern liberal democracies to govern people well. I'm glad to be wrong, though. And then Vammy says, I don't think that age restrictions is a non-consumer friendly policy, though. I think that's totally reasonable. Absolutely. And yeah, in Math Obsessed, I'm not a big fan of government in general. The less government, the better. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. Then again, I'm from a part of the United States where we are generally distrustful of our government, and that's just kind of the way it is. We're going to clean up these foes of ours. No problems. No problems. And then Keon XD, and then Laforme says, haha, the NPC does it. The NPC does it? The non-player character? Which non-player character, Laforme? Nice to see you there. Keon, nice to see you there. Nice to see everybody here. And then Math Obsessed, no one casts Armageddon and runs on my watch. Nice. Very nice. I think that we're good to just stay put for another day. There is this blue knight and green sorceress there. Okay, so we have some enemies. Oh, Fix Fox got a little too cavalier. We're gonna have to defeat Ambrose very quickly with our four Titans. We're going to need to follow up on Rebecca, chase her down, take the logistics, and then hopefully we can head back up and retake this castle of Zabran from Tyro. That dirty dog. Laforme says AI spam Armageddon runs. Oh, gotcha. The NPC does that. Yeah. Not the wise ruler of Enroth or Arathia. There is Joe Josh. What are you doing? Joe Josh is just sitting. He's waiting. He's trying to get stronger. They did rehire Atlas. Surprising. Although that was the green player that rehired Atlas. And so I can't really say that, I mean, it's not like they just got him back for free. So, folks, Fix Fox has not done a good job of picking up resources in this scenario. Fair? True? False? It's true. My Barbarian starting area has plenty of freebies I just never got to because there's so many resources out there. Because the FHeroes2 AI is so good, they have also done an equally poor job. Now, is this an equally poor job, or did we all realize that when we have plenty of resources to go around, it's not necessary to pick up every single clump of resources? I think that this is the FHeroes2 AI working exactly as intended, weighing out their pros and cons, and I'm very, very happy to see that me and the AI agree that on this map, where there's so many resources, you don't actually need to pick up every little clump of resources. True story. Just so you can all see, here's the view resources spell. Wow. Wow. Woof. We're not even going to pick up 50% of all the resources in this map. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But with that being said, it's very nice to know that the AI is working as intended here. Math Obsessed says, if the AI is that smart, it's really impressive. And I do know for sure that that is working as intended, that was the goal with FHeroes2 in this regard. They do take into account what resources they have, and that changes the way that they play in a major way. The old Heroes of Might and Magic 2 AI would go around picking up every single obstacle before they prioritized anything else, and that's suboptimal. That's really not perfect play. And so I agree with you, and that it was something that the FHeroes2 team members did program into the game. So very nice. Bambi says, also, not to put any words in your mouth, but Transylvania is not a country, FYI. No, you're totally right. Transylvania is in Romania, I do believe, right? So yes, no, thank you. I do appreciate that because yeah, if I get that wrong, that kind of looks bad for my American education. I would prefer to get it right. So thank you for making sure that I get it right. Thank you. Let's see. We are going to try and move these steel golems down. They're going to take that first hit, and we're just going to see kind of where things go. Tell you what, I really would have loved to have had the opportunity to study abroad at some point. I shouldn't say I wish I had the opportunity as if I don't have the opportunity or I couldn't still do it. I probably still could. It's not too late. It's never too late. But it's probably not going to happen at this point. It just kind of is the way it is. And so, it would have been very, very fun, interesting, unique to have gotten to go out, to learn a new language, to learn a new culture firsthand. I really think that that would have been wonderful. Occasionally, in my area, in my high school, they would have exchange students like that in the high school range, and they would come to live with a family in my area. And I always felt bad because as much as I like my home area, as much as I like it here, I don't necessarily think that it's culturally enriching to see 8 different shades of brown. The state of Idaho, where I'm from, it's very, very beautiful and rugged, and there's a lot of diversity within the state, but there's also 8 different shades of brown. There's not a lot of greenery, and it's just nice, down-to-earth, simple folks. That's really what you get here. And I always worried that those poor students didn't necessarily get to see the excitement of New York or San Francisco or some really exciting place, and that always made me a little bit sad. But you know what? I guess that any education, any new place is still worth their time. So that was my hope anyway. And so even if I ended up somewhere where you might say, really, you went there to just see it, it would still be exciting to me, I'm sure. Let's see. Let's Play fan, Alex Axel. Hi, Fixfox. Cheers from France. Here because of Winnymaru. Thank you so very, very much for the time. I really appreciate it. And thanks so much again for the follow. It's very, very nice to have you here. And I really, again, do appreciate Winnymaru very, very much. It's a pleasure to be associated with you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm amazed that you're still here. The raid happened like 45 minutes ago, and you're like, yeah, I could go for a little bit more Heroes of Might and Magic. That makes me happy. I'm a big fan of Heroes of Might and Magic. I'm happy to spend the time here as well. It's day 7. We just need to stay put and see what we can find. Vami says, yes, it is in Romania. However, it does not have any administrational utility. It is simply a historical region. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would worry that people, I don't know. When I think of Transylvania, unfortunately, in American media, the first thing I think of is Dracula. I'm sure that even though it's Vami the Vampire is your name, I'm sure that that's not necessarily the very first thing that you hope that people think of when they think of Romania, or Transylvania for that matter. But so yeah, it's just the historical area. Is it a part of a bigger province? Is it a part of a bigger government kind of a deal? I don't know if there's the national government and then there's smaller governing bodies within Romania. I don't know quite how that works, so any information there would be very much appreciated. While reviewing the day's business, a giant pink magpie flies in through the window and lands before your throne. You immediately grant him knighthood and give him a handsome reward. The giant pink magpie has come through the window and landed before my throne, and I've granted them knighthood and given them 3,000 gold? Did they cast a spell on me? Because this is the same magpie. I know who you are. They cast a spell on me. Huh. That doesn't seem fair at all. I think that we're going to have Ariel pop in, grab some Titans. Not all of them, just 2. Oh, and the Archmagi. Oh, and the Halflings. Not here, but here, yeah. And they're going to try and get these troops over to our friend, mine and yours, Halon, the wizard, who's going to go probably to just right about here to help make that transition go a little bit smoother. Here, yeah. And then this horde of swordsmen is a little bit more than I want to deal with. I'm just a little bit scared. And I think with good reason. I think I should be just a little bit scared there. No sense in leaving anybody behind. Let's pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and let's see about Joe Josh. We have the Waylaid Bear. Should we just defend or should we go attack? I think we should go attack. Joe Josh is tough, but I would love to jump in there and make some nifty things happen. Let's see. Greetings and salutations. So nice to catch the live stream today as well. Happy times. Very nice to see you there, Mikhail. Yeah, this is a bonus stream. I wasn't necessarily planning on doing this. It just happened that we got the opportunity to catch ourselves up here again today. So very happy to be here. Glorious victory, 2200 experience from those air elementals. Oh no, the place is lousy with mimes. If you ever find out who the moron was who brought them here, you'll have him or her staked in the sand and left for the dune beasts. You pay the local goblins to eat them instead of the more valuable livestock. My word. Barbarians really don't like mimes, do they? Huh. My word. Vami, we are heading over for these vampires. We are going to get to the Sphinx. You wanted to see it. I'm happy to put our heads together and figure out exactly what we are up against. Otherwise, let's bring troops up to the front. Crusaders, champions. Oh, and then probably the rest of these swordsmen and such. This is actually a pretty good force, and Maximus as a level 7 hero is pretty strong. Let's consider if this is the best place to go, or maybe somewhere else. Actually, maybe. Hold on. I mean, you know, maybe we should actually go this direction. Yeah, let's do that. And I still don't know about Joe Josh. these forces seem fairly weak. I think that we're going to continue on in this direction. If we lose, we lose, but I do feel ready to kind of get this scenario done. Oh, you got the Black Dragons and the Titans, yes, and we did also, it took us 2 tries, but we did get the ultimate artifact, and it turned out to be the ultimate shield, Vive la France, +6 attack, +6 defense. So we're doing pretty okay. As far as I'm concerned, we're doing pretty okay. The biggest issue I have now is trying to track down every single enemy hero, and as you can see, they did sneak in and take Zabrin away from me, so I'm not loving that. We've made some mistakes here, but we'll get through this. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. By the way, folks, so speaking of American things of interest at the moment, every couple of years we have some really bad hurricanes. There's always at least 1 or 2 that is problematic, but we have got the we've had a really bad hurricane season. There's been 2 pretty big and pretty bad ones, and during these times, it's always weird. I always feel bad because there's a lot of people that are being displaced and they're having issues. On the one hand, I say to myself, look, I don't want to deal with hurricanes, and so I live in a place where I don't have to deal with hurricanes. On the other hand, it's like, yeah, but this is where I'm from. This is where my culture is. This is where I live. This is my place, and I'm not going to be forced out by weather or anything like that. And I support that wholly. But man, it kind of hurts my heart in a major way when people are suffering because of something totally out of their control. Totally out of their control. There is a family member of mine, funny enough, they work for well, I probably shouldn't say everything, but they are going to go and actually assist in trying to do some relief efforts down there. It's going to be, it looks like 2 weeks that they're going to be gone. And it's funny because they do not swim. They are not the kind of person that likes water. They're a man of action. I look up to them. I respect them for everything that they do. I'm really impressed with who they are as a person and their willingness to go out and help. But I did think it funny that they volunteered for the job of potentially wading through water to try and help people as best as they could. And if that's not the definition of courageous and self-sacrifice, then I don't know what is. So hopefully everybody's safe in your neck of the woods. Hopefully those people are getting the support that they need. Because yeah, it happens all the time, but I always do feel bad for the folks that are struggling with things outside of their control. So you come upon a bridge spanning a dry gully. Before you can cross, a troll steps out from under the bridge and demands payment before it will permit you to pass. You refuse, and the troll charges, forcing you to slay it. You take its spiked shield as a trophy. That's +2 attack, +2 defense. This is the artifact I wanted a long time ago. It's not too late. It's never too late. And it's never too late to pick up so many halflings. There's going to be hundreds of halflings. This is going to be hundreds of halflings. This is going to be awesome. Okay, Romania has a central government and it's divided into 41 counties. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it sounds like you're for it. Sounds like it works for you. I hope so. I hope so. I always prefer my local government over my national government. Local people governing, they understand the issues at play. They know how to, they know what's at stake for their countrymen, kind of a deal. Sometimes on the national scale, it doesn't work out nearly so well. For example, there was a bit of legislation. There are plenty of wolves in North America, and in my area, people said, well, we need to do some conservation efforts and we need to bring the wolves back. And so they basically parachuted some wolves in to areas that wolves traditionally roamed and had been forced out due to ranching and deforestation and whatever else, prey populations falling and rising. But what they didn't count on is that they didn't actually import the wolves that were there in the first place. They were the North American gray wolf that was originally there, and then the government said, let's airdrop in some timber wolves, some Canadian timber wolves. And I'm sorry, but timber wolves are about twice the size. They are about 3 times as smart. And ultimately, you said, well, we're going to do this for the good of our people, but it doesn't impact you at all. It was people in other parts of the country making decisions about what should happen to my countrymen and their way of being, their lifestyle. And so in that regard, a national government sometimes doesn't understand, oh, hey, that would be devastating. Please don't do that. Yeah, devastating. No other word for it. We're going to pick up the luck here. As you can see, we're not actually attacking Joe Josh. If he wants to stay put, I'm going to let him. I'm just going to use my other heroes to clean up whatever freebies I can. And I think that we're going to find more and more freebies over time. I do think so. Maximus is a little over excited. He's not actually tough enough to deal with these forces. Crag Hack is coming for these vampires. It's time. We're going to make this Sphinx happen. Today's the day, folks. Today is the day. After we beat a couple of these magi. Okay, and we'll pick up the archery because Titans really like that. Let's see, let's get caught up here. Hope everyone will have a swift recovery health-wise and economically in Florida and the other places. I appreciate that very much. Oh, and the Nomad's Boots. Yes, we never even got the Nomad's Boots. One of the best little bits of artifact you can get, and we still haven't even gotten that artifact. Crazy, right? Let's see, Boreas, sir, I can relate to the weather. My city was endangered by severe floods a few weeks ago. It was unharmed, but many cities along the same rivers in Poland were flooded to 3-mile highs or 3 meters high, which is about 10 feet in Imperial, I believe. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And 10 feet above river level where the river normally is sitting, there's potentially so much damage there, especially if you're already in a valley. Wow, that's incredible. Was that because of rain? Was that because of like warm temperatures that caused snow in the high mountains to melt? Do we know what caused the flooding? Glad to hear that you're okay and unharmed. But yeah, I mean, what do? Your home is there. You can't just pick up and leave. That's definitely scary. And Amy saying about the floods, I know some places in the Netherlands that had issues with water. Luckily where I live, it hasn't been flooded yet, but you never know. Do keep me apprised of that, because yeah, if you're in any kind of danger or concern there, I mean, what can I do over here? Not a lot, but I'm definitely happy to give you whatever support I possibly can with that. So let me know. Hopefully you stay safe out there, and your possessions and your family and your friends stay safe too. Alex says, I can relate. Phone poles crushed across the roads and no power for days because of storms here next to the Switzerland border. Okay, so lots of issues everywhere. The weather's going a little bit crazy. Not 10 feet above river level, 10 feet above street level. Not 10 feet above river level, 10 feet above street level. If you're on the second story of one of your buildings, your toes are probably getting a little bit wet. Wow, insane. It's crazy. That's not okay. Poland, are you okay? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Poland is not the place that comes to mind when you think about floods. Math Obsessed says, sad to hear about that. Yeah, I definitely agree. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so please stay safe out there. And if there's anything that, oh man, again, if there's anything I can do, let me know. I'm all the way over here, but my word, that worries me. I'm worried for you over there. Let's turn our attention quickly to the Sphinx, and then we'll come back. The Sphinx says, I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? Yes, I do. Folks, time to put our heads together. I need everybody's mental faculties on high alert. Help me out. The Sphinx asks you the following riddle. What did the mime say when the goblin poured salsa on him and stuck a hot pepper in his mouth? What is going on? What? What did the mime say when the goblin poured salsa on him and stuck a hot pepper in his mouth? Vammy says nothing. It's a mime. Easy question, Math Obsessed, because it's nothing. It's nothing. Yeah, okay. So, I don't know. There's okay. All right. We're going to take a quick detour here. There was a show forever and ever. It was called Jackass, if you're familiar with that. And then one of the main people there, Steve-O, he did his mini projects with it, and ultimately one of the later skits that they did that were always dangerous and could also always cause you major harm. It was this one, skateboard guillotine, and he is trying his very, very best here to not freak out at the prospect here. And this is highly relevant, folks. Don't think that FixHawks is just going crazy because he wants to. This is highly relevant here. And if this breaks copyright, I'm sorry, but here it is. There's the skateboard, there's the guillotine. He's dressed as a mime, and his job is to stay silent throughout whatever happens next. And so this is my point. He's a mime. I don't want him to be hurt. That part's not really funny to me. But as a mime and his whole job is to be silent, just because it's your job to be silent doesn't mean that it's going to be successful. I'm just saying. So if I had Saul support on me and stuck a hot pepper in my mouth, I still might say something, even if I was a mime. I'm just saying. Okay, but... Wow. We should have done this a long time ago, folks. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. +4 to each of our stats with the ultimate crown. We have 2 ultimate artifacts in this scenario. That is amazing. Oh my word, that's crazy. Well, that Sphinx is going to be very, very sad, knowing that they have now handed us this game to us on a silver platter. It's done. It's dusted. That's it. These 4 Titans with 36 attack and 33 defense, they can take on anybody. And so it's going to take a while for them to get back up into this direction, but the enemy is going to find a lot of pain very, very quickly. So thank you everybody for that. Yeah, okay, so it's a mime, and so he says nothing. Jackass is so funny because of their ingenuity of their stupid jokes. Yeah, and that's really it. It's bringing an absurd joke to life, and that does turn out very, very funny. And I definitely agree with that. I'm 100% for that. By the way, folks, worth noting that Halon is now up to 450 halflings. That's an awful lot of halflings. And so I don't think I'm going to worry about any of these forces. We might as well clear all this out just because we are here. Then again, we do need some other troops somewhere else. We'll come back later. And then these 3 dragons here, this should be enough to really do some damage. Again, enemies keep coming in behind and causing me some grief. So we're going to, now with 2 heroes, find an end of our foes now. We're going to dismiss here. Math obsessed. Floods on these regions in Poland are regularly happening about every 10 to 15 years. Much work was done to save the cities, but due to their mountainous terrain, much more needs to be done. Sounds good. Lord Shadowwing also agreed, yes, it was the answer of nothing. Let's see, thank you for the info. Never heard about that. Math Obsessed says, wow, isn't the crown supposed to be the Grail reward only? Amazing, absolutely. There is no reason to have given me a +4, +4, +4, +4. And I think that anybody could have guessed that answer. Like, you could have just guessed, right? There was no context clues. We didn't have to find some thought bubble that told us the answer like we had in the Plains of Akon situation. You can just get a +4, +4 probably within the first week if you really push in this direction. So, man, Barbarians have a little bit of a nifty start there. Math Obsessed, that crown, though. Absolutely. The Crag hack is the boss now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of the weather, I heard a very interesting... I don't know how interesting. You tell me how interesting this is, whether it's interesting or not. But I heard a thought from someone. They said to themselves, or they said out loud, we know that there's some major solar flare activities going on right now. Have you heard about this? The sun is shooting solar flares all the time, and they're absolutely massive, and that happens again all the time. But what's unique is that some of the solar flare activity now is pointed directly at the Earth. And so there are some questions, some thoughts as to whether or not some of this crazy weather that we've been having is in part due to some of that solar flare activity. I don't know about that. That'd be an interesting hypothesis theory. I don't know how that works. It goes along with the theory that Mars used to be covered in water, but then they lost their electromagnetism. Basically, the core of Mars stopped spinning. It stopped protecting them from solar flares and things like that. So then the water all eventually evaporated off. Could that happen to us as Earth? I don't know, but always fun and nifty to think these things. I say fun and nifty, and you're like, well, that's not fun at all. The nice thing is that probably is not going to happen in our lives, in our children's lives, etc., etc. And so therefore it's interesting. Yeah. If it's going to happen in a million years, in that grand scale of thought, it does become a little bit more interesting to me than just like a scary proposition. Okay. Do we actually need to fight this fight? No, but we're going to do it anyway. One champion goes down. Wow, that was actually a pretty good champion loss there. Let's see. Let's just get in here and do damage while we can. Let's see. Perhaps the Sphinx should have given you nothing. Vammy says. Vammy always makes me laugh. Have you noticed? Something about your humor just always tickles this fun part in my brain, and I always appreciate your thoughts. So never stop. Never stop being you. Also, you didn't take the +5 knowledge scroll next to the Sphinx. I didn't. I don't think I need it. I'm surely playing in some ways suboptimally, and partially that's because we're having a nice time talking about other stuff. I'm definitely not in try-hard mode right now. How about that? We're going to wait here for just a moment. We're going to defeat Sandro. We're going to accept this. I don't think that green has much left. Green has this. We did just defeat purple, so no wizards, no necromancers, no knights. Green and blue are still around here. Where's blue? Oh, blue's right here. Oh, poor blue. Yeah, there's not a lot left of blue, is there? Pretty sad. And there's definitely not going to be in just a moment. So, very sad. Green is doing some strange things. Okay. Green is just being a thorn in my side, my word. Holy cow. Yeah, so, and then, let's see. Oh yeah, each 11-year cycle, the sun goes into more active mode, which generates more Aurora Borealis on this year, as far as what I've gathered. Interesting, interesting. And so some months ago, there was so intensive auroras here in Europe that we not even saw it clearly in southern Sweden, but all the way down in Europe. So cool. Definitely so cool. I would love to see an Aurora Borealis. Oh, that would be so amazing. The Northern Lights, as they're called for the folks that spend time in Alaska. That's what they're known as in the most northern part of the United States. So cool. So interesting. Love to see that. Love to see that. And then Vammy says, I don't know if I'm in the right area or not, but perhaps I should be on the lookout. Maybe you should. I don't know if we're in that 11-year cycle or not, but I think that would be pretty amazing. I thought about it the other day. My young child, he is come to his attention that at nighttime, if you look up, you will see stars. And unfortunately, we are in just developed enough of an area that it is hard for him to see the stars, but he has now become aware and he's become very interested in those stars. And it really is lovely to me because it's a sense of wonder in a small child, and you just can't go wrong with that. It's really wonderful. But whether it's an Aurora Borealis, whether it's a big beautiful blood moon, or whether it's just how many stars there are out there, it kind of gives us a sense for how small we are in the world, or at least that's what it does for me. And that's not a bad thing. If it sounds like a bad thing, I don't feel like it's a bad thing. It's just something worth noting to me anyway. And yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's not so bad. 7 hydras down to 5. And they do get their tower shot. If everybody's blinded, that doesn't mean that the towers don't shoot eventually. They just wait till the end of combat. That's going to be about 4,000 experience. And I'm guessing that that's going to be the end of... No. Blue is still around. Interesting. Okay. And then let's see, if I had to get the Aurora tracking app that notifies me when the prognosis is good for the next day. That's so cool that they can do that. That's so cool. And then, yeah, I saw the Aurora Borealis in Poland. Truly mesmerizing sight. You guys are in the best spot for it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Boreaser, Avatar, Vammy. Yeah, I'm hoping that you all get to enjoy that. Let me know how it is. Take a picture. Post it to the FixFox Discord. I would love to see that from your vantage point. If you have a nice night and things work out good, I would love to see it. So, if the mood strikes you, always a pleasure there. Let's make sure that these castles all have a couple of defenders, because I think that there's somebody just outside of the Warlock castle. I want to make sure that nobody, hold on, takes any of these freebies from me. Level 3, let's do this. Hiring a new hero just so I can make sure that everything is stitched up and taken care of. Oh, and then here. Why not? Why not? And then we're going to figure out where these final enemies are. There's 3 green heroes that are basically in the desert. There's some Yahoo hanging out right here. That's Joe Josh. This is it, folks. This is the game. Crag hack, level 15. And we are going to fight the man himself. Joe Josh the Barbarian. 7 attack, 5 defense, 3 power, 2 knowledge against our 22 attack, 18 defense, 6 power, 9 knowledge. Black dragons against red dragons. I think he has more dragons than me, but we are definitely the stronger, faster, better hero. This is the game. If we win this fight, we just straight up win. It's not even a contest. 9 red dragons cannot stand up to the power of our 4 titans. Oof. Oof. Down go the phoenixes. If I had a haste, I would definitely cast it right now. Unfortunately, I do not. Do I have any kind of buffing spell? Tell you what, let's take the bless. Let's make sure that we do full damage to these red dragons. 522 points of damage. 2 of the red dragons goes down. Let's take off another one. No, 138 damage from our friends, the war trolls. There's only 5 of them, so I guess that makes sense. And then these titans are really just going to win this fight for me. And they're going to do so very well at it. So very well. Cyclops are slowed, but they are still very capable of doing lots and lots of damage. Another round of combat is going to be the good luck from the red dragons. And the haste on the hydras. I'm actually going to remove that. I just don't want to deal with that. Whatever plans you thought you had, you don't. Leave me out of it. I don't know what kind of sick, twisted game you're playing here with those 12 hydras, trying to make them faster than they ought to be, but I want nothing to do with it. It's kind of interesting that the hydras are so slow, by the way. Have you ever seen a slow snake? Like, when snakes strike, snakes are fast. Like, snakes are really fast. And so, kind of weird that they're such a slow creature in Heroes of Might and Magic. It's definitely for balance purposes. I'm just saying. Just kind of nifty, kind of interesting. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine here. We're good here. Oh, was there a hero that popped over here? I don't think so. One hero over here. Gwyneth the Knight. She's an absolute nobody. Let's see if we can track down a couple of bad guys. Ranlu goes down. And right now, we're just playing Whack-A-Mole. Whack-A-Mole, of course, the famous kids arcade game where little fake critters pop up and you have to take an actual physical mallet and you had to hit them. I don't know how those games survived in Chuck E. Cheese for so long. Chuck E. Cheese being a famous kind of gaming place. Basically, it was like a little rat casino. You pay money to get tokens. You then use the tokens to buy prizes, and you basically just, just rat casino. I don't know how else to say it. Oh no, it is Month of the Plague. That's okay. We already bought everything. Okay. Back to the Aurora Borealis. Low probability for the next few days for the Northern Lights. Absolutely mind-blowing. So beautiful. Did see it in Poland. Yes. Wonderful. Unheard of in your part of France was the Aurora Borealis. Unheard of, and yet you still got to see it. That's so cool. You Europeans. Oh, I'm so jealous. And then, yes, good tip. From Mikhail. Yes, good tip. Take pictures with long exposure in night mode. It actually brings out the light more than you can see with the naked eye. Very cool. It's not like what do you call it? I'm sure that it's not like a eclipse where you have to be careful about your eyes and things like that. As far as I'm aware, it's just go out, look at it, enjoy it. And there's no safety concerns as far as looking at an Aurora Borealis. If there is, that's news to me. Please let me know. And then let's see. Have you ever seen a snake with 5 heads? Vammy mentioning that I mentioned that the hydras are so slow, which is weird because snakes are usually pretty fast. And Vammy saying, well, yeah, but have you ever seen a 5-headed snake? No, I haven't. Okay. Let's see. And then Axel, yes, right in the middle of a tabletop RPG session. Magical moment. I'll remember it for the rest of my days. Oh, gotcha. Okay, perfect. For the Aurora Borealis, that would make for a magical gaming session there. Absolutely. There is a nova this year that occurs once every 80 years. Keon says, T Corona Borealis it's called. Every time it happened before, major events occurred at the same time on Earth. Conspiracy time, heh. You know, so are we talking aliens, or are we talking about the phenomenon where crazy people do crazy things during a full moon? Like, have you guys heard of that? In my area of the world, if you work in the ER, which I have family members who have worked in hospitals in the ER and such, they will tell you that the full moon leading to wild and crazy behavior, like werewolves kind of a deal, is actually, there's some credence to it. Something about the lunar cycle does actually lead to more people in the ER for weird and crazy things. It actually is a real thing. So, I mean, who's to say? I can't possibly tell you exactly what to expect out of that, but maybe there is some sort of heavenly celestial event going on, and that is going to lead to some wild and crazy things. It's quite possible. Where are these heroes? There's one green hero here. There's one green castle here. I'm just going to go track this guy down. It's just Gwyneth. I don't care about Gwyneth. I'm going to let go of Aerie. All the troops are going to go up. All the troops are going to go down. Because there's still one more enemy out here somewhere. As we do welcome Finneous the Barbarian back into the fold. Very nice to see him. We're going to head off and we're going to track down Gwyneth in just one moment. Where is everybody? Blue and green are still remaining. This is probably the end of green, so we're going to fight this fight ourselves. Let's see. We're just going to put this on auto combat so I can read chat. Let's see. Boreaser, sometimes due to map deformations, I forget how much more South USA is than some parts of Europe. Totally. Yeah. For some reason, they decided to make the maps like that with the stretching, and it feels like certain parts of the globe are bigger than others. It feels like some things shouldn't be nearly so north or south. It's one of my favorite things to look at the transatlantic flight patterns, because it's much easier not to do a straight line as the flat map goes. It makes a lot more sense on a globe to travel very, very far north and then circle down. It's actually much, much closer. And you wouldn't think that as a young person seeing a map as Green Players Vanquished. You would think that there'd be a more direct way, just draw a straight line, but no, not the case. Not the case. I don't know where blue is. A traveling circus comes by. We once again pay them to entertain our troops. I don't know where blue is, folks. Yellow. Let's see, necromancers, wizards, barbarians, sorceresses, knights, and warlocks. We've got all the castles. Is there one hero just sitting in a boat somewhere? Here they are, folks, look. We have found Blue's final player, and we cannot reach them. We must simply hit in turn a couple of times. Blue's final player is sitting on a lith, and because the AI does not use the space bar to go through liths again and again and again, then they are stuck with no hope of escaping, and that just means that we're just gonna have to run out the clock to win this scenario. Let's see. No, not dangerous at all. I was talking about whether it was like a solar eclipse and not looking at it. Aurora is basically electromagnetism reacting with the photons in the atmosphere. Please correct me. I'm not going to correct you. That sounds right to me. Chris says, hi, Real Fixbox. Nice to have caught you. You've been streaming too late for me as of late. How the hell are you doing, fellas? Sir, I'm doing very, very well. I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, I got a little bit of an earlier start today, but for all the folks that say that it's 2 a.m. Or 3 a.m. where they're at, please make sure you're getting your sleep. I love having you here. I love being the soundtrack as you fall asleep, but but I really want to make sure you're doing okay, and I'm sorry that I can't get to you any sooner than this. And then just magically, yes, celestial is more the right term, I would say. Indescribable. Indescribable. My last astronomic fascination moment was when I saw a shooting star while I was in a small town in the mountains in Germany. Maybe that's not so rare for some of the folk that don't live in the big cities like I do. However, for me, that was a unique moment. Vammy, I definitely agree with that. A lot of light pollution makes it hard to see some of those heavenly types of situations, so definitely. Math Obsessed says, stuck in the middle of a lake of treasures. Yeah. What a wonderfully poor place to be. Funny how that works. And then Avatar saying, to see a shooting star bright and clear is somewhat rare. I would agree with that. I have seen a shooting star before, but it's been quite some time. I need to go out into the middle of nowhere and just go camping in order to see a lot of that. Again, there's an awful lot of light pollution around here. Folks, major event, blue player's been vanquished. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. This is the end of this scenario, I do believe, but I am committed to doing just a little bit more streaming here today. Maybe I shouldn't, because we might end up only getting partway through another scenario, but that is my plan, to continue to do just a little bit more here today. So if you'd like to stick around, this is not the end. We will move on to a new scenario in just one moment. Boreaser, if you stand on poles, oh irony, the aurora can be dangerous. Oh, like if you're on like the very northern pole or the very southern pole. I think that they do have aurora borealis on the southern poles. I think, maybe not. You'll have to stop me there. I'm not too sure. But it can be dangerous because of the electromagnetism. Interesting. And a small correction. It is charged particles from the sun reacting with the atmosphere. Interesting. Okay, I've learned something new. So has Avatar. Wonderful. And then GG's all around. Nice. Folks, this actually turned out to be a really good score. 63 days on a hard difficulty map. That's going to be a score of 293 as a rating of a black dragon. If we had picked up every little bit of resources, we definitely would not have gotten that score. And so, was I playing suboptimally? I don't know. I was playing well enough to get into my own top scores. So that's going to be the end of Sudden Siege. That's going to be my 6th best map. That's going to be above River Crossing and Thunk and Wizard's Land 3 and Surf and Turf. So pretty nifty. Follow up with the tiny map? I think so, Lord Shadowwing. I think that's an excellent idea. This was a fun big map. I think that there's now going to be an opportunity to go to a little bit of a smaller map.